It was just in a different way, probably not as exhausting as we're going to see whoever it is, Wild or Stars that come out. I guarantee whatever team comes out on top, they're going to be tired.
Oh, yeah. Tired and beat up, which is exactly what we're ordering. Is tired and beat up.
I will take that. Thank you. Please and yes, please, sir.
I've got to talk about something at DenverSports.com, but before we do that, I've already gone too long without acknowledging your jacket.
Okay.
That thing rips hard, dude.
Okay,
That
nice.
is sick.
Nice, old school Los Angeles Super Bowl jacket, and it's a starter jacket.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, so I'm like, everybody just go
Oh,
to...
it does that. I was like, where is it?
Yeah,
there
the
it
old
is.
starter
That's
logo right
so
there.
dope, dude.
So everyone go to NFL.com, look at the clearance section.
Yeah.
I mean...
The
it's
clearance
one of my
section
tips.
anywhere is like, if I go in a store and I see a clearance sign, boom, beelining
You
right
never
to
know
it.
what you're going to find,
Yeah.
right? I think this jacket was like $25.
What?
Yeah. And it's actually really warm.
Yeah.
It's kind of like heavy. It's got a heavy
like thicker,
lining
yeah.
in it. Yeah, so...
Oh,
hey.
the inside's got the logo?
Yeah, inside got the Super Bowl logo.
Dude,
so,
that's
yeah.
dope.
You never know what you're going to find on the clearance rack, baby.
Evans liked it too, and he said, you look way better in it than I would, but I would like to see Evans wearing something like that.
Yeah, you could
Evans got a little bit of that, like I think he could pull that off because it would be an eye catcher on Evans. You go, oh, look at that guy pulling that jacket off.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Mike could do it.
You could bring some of that 90s fashion back,
Yeah.
whether it's a Charlotte Hornets starter jacket
Don't
or
sell yourself
something
short,
like
Evans.
this.
And
Right.
I got to tell Evans got to do something that I do. We have to distract from our faces. So you have to, your forehead's so big, you got to distract from it and bring a jacket like that.
You do not have a big forehead.
Oh, I got a pretty nice size forehead, and it's getting bigger by the day. All right, the other topic I want to hit here to start the show is Kev, I want you in on it, Tribe, all of us. Cease, big deal, no big deal that another surgery's going down on Bose's ankle there.
Yeah.
They're telling us all expected, standard, procedure, all this stuff, the key words that they want us to hit. But, I mean, it is another surgery on the dude's ankle.
All I know is he was playing basketball, and then he had another surgery.
He was walking at the Masters.
Yeah.
He was playing basketball.
Right.
And now he's having a surgery.
Okay. But it was planned, right?
That's what they say.
Okay.
All we can do is take them at their word.
Exactly. It just comes down to how much do you believe them, right? Because all I know is he was walking around and then playing basketball, and then he had another surgery. Now, is this part of it? We see cleanup surgeries happen all the time. We see extra procedures happen all the time. So is this odd? Is this different? Is this unusual? Not really. It's just this whole injury situation from Sean Payton running his mouth, being wrong, by the way.
Yeah. Just
Having the Broncos call everybody in the media to make sure to talk about it the right way and then to get the information correctly because Sean was incorrect, Sean. And then to have this, it would have been nice had when the initial procedure happened, there was an alert of like, hey, and also, by the way, there's, this is always a two-parter. There's going to be this surgery, repair things, whatever, and then there's going to be a second surgery, just like a little cleanup. If they'd said that from the jump, then it'd be like, oh, yeah, but then...
Yeah, like this is to be expected.
Exactly. I'm getting a lot of texts and messages from people, and I basically come to the summation that you do. You just have to trust what they say, but it is unusual that he's fine, and he's playing basketball, and then he has another surgery.
I mean, the way I look at it is that I have to take you as your word because nobody's going to tell us the real truth anyway.
Right.
And it's April 29th. Am I completely freaked out that Bo's having a second ankle surgery? No. Is it ideal? Also, no. But it is April 29th. Rookie stuff doesn't really matter. I know mini camps are around the corner, and now that's a part of what's in question for Bo. Is it important? Sure. Is it the most important? No, it's not. So it to me, Cease, it's all right, do we make a big deal out of something that might not be a big deal? I don't know that we have to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if we have to do that either. And I want him to take it easy during OTAs anyway, Kev. So now he
Kev,
definitely
you freaking
will
out? It's your guy.
Yeah, taking it easy.
To me, it's a little concerning.
Oh, really?
I'm not going to lie. I mean, because they sat there and told us he's going to be back by OTAs. Well, now you're walking at the Masters where everyone says it's real hilly and all that stuff, and then you're playing basketball. How serious of basketball are you playing right now? Because right now, I don't need you playing basketball to get hurt again. I need you to play quarterback of the Denver Broncos, not 3-on-3 or 4-on-4 or 5-on-5 at a local high school gym. I can't have that from you.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's maybe part of his rehab, that his rehab guys are telling him. But all of a sudden now you're having another surgery. Like, now he's got to be ready by training camp.
Right.
To me, that is concerning. I don't know if it's the end of the world, but it's something there.
Okay.
And I don't know, man. I mean, now this is going to be something that into the regular season, I feel like we're going to have to keep an eye on this thing.
It's the basketball stuff's been reported. We could share all that, right? Yeah. Like he's playing basketball at Valor, and it's not like he's playing against other pro athletes. He's just kind of running and getting some shots up, is my understanding.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if you're just running and not playing like serious basketball, then I'm fine with that. Just getting exercise in. But
I would have liked more clarity at the beginning, because if it was a temporary hardware thing, which is what everyone's suggesting, like there's some temporary hardware that had to be removed, you couldn't have told us that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Give us the preference so that this doesn't matter at all.
Exactly.
You send the email, hey, that cleanup procedure, done, good, everything all right. We'll figure out where Bo is in 4 weeks.
Right.
Easy enough. That's
Either
what it should have
that
been.
or just do it like hockey and be like, hey, lower body thing.
Yeah. They wouldn't even tell us if it's an off-season thing. Hockey wouldn't even say it.
Exactly.
So, yeah, you could have kept that to yourself.
Right.
And we would have never known, been the wiser. So we're saying all good. Tribe members, you tell us how you're feeling. A couple things for you to hit us up. Obviously, on a Wednesday, don't be that guy Wednesday. Seeing a couple of those already on the RamosLaw.com text line. Always want to hear from you for Tribe Roll Call. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck? Trucker Roll Call. Who are you? Where are you? And what you hauling out there? Hit us up at 303-713-1043, youtube.com/DenverSports. You can watch the show and hang out in the chat room over there. Just click that Dover and Cecil stream. So, a couple of homework assignments for you. Don't be that guy or lady Wednesday, plus your Tribe Roll Call text. Hit us up. We got to get to a Nuggets conversation. I said we're inching closer and closer to Game 6. So what's the latest on Payton Watson? We got a little update thanks to our boy Jake Shapiro, and we'll share it with the Tribe coming up next.
Denver, a playoff city where the stakes are higher and the moments are bigger. As the Avalanche hit the ice and the Nuggets hit the court. DenverSports 104.3 The Fan is your home for complete playoff coverage. Every game, every series, every critical call. Broken down by the voices you trust. We don't just follow the playoffs. We live them, so you never miss a thing. DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Max HELOC is a game changer and can lower your bill significantly without affecting your current loan. How much savings depends on your unique situation, but you could borrow $250,000 with a payment option as low as $495 a month. Consolidate your debts and make life a lot easier. We make it easy to save, and you don't need perfect credit either. U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all, 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126. Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at SodaDietNutrition.com. Now, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds because of soda, and I'm never going back. I've never gained the weight back. I never will, because SodaDietNutrition.com, they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. It's simply magnificent. I want you to call them up, 866-800-SODA, where you can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda weight loss is now SodaDietNutrition.com, and you got to have these guys on your side, because the weight loss journey, it can be tough. There can be struggles. Having a real nutritionist there available via text to help you out with any sort of questions, concerns, sometimes it's just straight up encouragement. It's SodaDietNutrition.com, and there's no mystery pills, mystery injections, any mystery chemicals you're putting in your body. You're doing it the right way. Learn how. Join the program. SodaDietNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA, because SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
You're hearing this right now. So are your customers. That's radio. It still works. But your customers don't live in one place anymore. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest game on their TV. Tomorrow, they're deep in the most popular podcast in the country. Next week, all three, all over again. We built one campaign that reaches them everywhere. Radio, streaming TV, podcasts, all under one roof. All measured, all working together. That's not a pitch. That's a system. DenverSports.com. Let's build yours.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry buys, sells, and services pre-owned Rolex, Cartier, and all luxury Swiss watches. So if you're looking to make a change in your watch collection or just looking to sell, come to Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry, located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Lowest rate for life. It's our trademarked and most innovative product in the entire mortgage industry. Lock in your savings today, and if rates fall in the future, even as little as 0.5%, we will redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. Always have the best rate and maximize your savings. It's only at U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all. 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 322126.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is court. C-O-U-R-T. Text court to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's court to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and
An update, and I'll tell you this, in life,
Yeah.
you don't want Jake Shapiro on your case because he's going to find out. He's going to find out. He's going to dig. He's going to dig some more, and he's going to find out the truth.
The term journalist gets thrown around quite a bit.
Way
loosely,
too much. Yes.
And there aren't many journalists left.
Not
I'm not a
anymore.
journalist. I never really had an interest in being a journalist. But Jake Shapiro, he's a journalist. That dude's the real deal, and you're exactly right, Cecil. That's a good way to put it. If he's on the case and you've got something to hide, look out.
Payton Watson, you're up.
Because he'll find it. So I was checking out a clip, and they do their digital show.
Shapiro and Piro, the
It's
Mustache
great.
Bros,
Go
man.
check it out. We've both been guests on it, which
It's
was
so awesome.
exciting and fun.
Yes.
Jake had a clip out yesterday, and he was talking about the Payton Watson conversation that you and I have got into. Zach gets the credit for kind of bringing it to the forefront. And Zach said, hey, I'm just wondering. And he said, I had been told by a little birdie that it might not be just Nuggets decisions that factor into his decision, yay or nay, to come back and play in this postseason run. And then you and I said, all right, well, if that's the case, then we got a certain feeling about Payton Watson, and it's not the best of look, all the things that come with that conversation. But on Shapiro and Piro yesterday, Jake said he did some digging. He did his due diligence, and he found out that Payton Watson is legitimately hurt. That Payton Watson is dealing with a serious hamstring injury that's lingered, resurfaced,
Right.
and now he's dealing with it again for, the third time, basically, in a basketball season.
Yes.
And that it is real. These are Jake's words. He's injured. If he can come back and play, he wants to come back and play. And then another update from Shapiro was the Nuggets want him back. Now, that's not a big breaking news.
Right.
But I think something that Jake said, I'm learning, is that Payton and his camp are telling the Nuggets that they're also interested in returning to the Mile High City.
Okay.
Now, if you're the agent and the team, that's the play you're
That's
supposed
what you're
to make.
supposed to say.
Because you're going to create leverage amongst other
Right.
teams, and then
Right.
you'll get leverage from other teams with their offers that you can use to the Nuggets.
Yep.
So it's the right play, but this is Jake Shapiro, who's doing the digging, saying that he is legitimately hurt.
Yes, and I appreciate Jake for that because it makes me feel...
I ride with Jake pretty much all the time.
Yeah, pretty much. And the thing is it makes me feel so much better about Payton Watson. And does he want to be here? Of course, they're going to say that. He wants the bag. That's what he wants. Now, if you're Nuggets management,
he doesn't care where the $100 million comes from.
Right. If you're Nuggets management and how you handle things, how you handle this next injury situation, the current injury situation with Payton Watson, could impact how much they listen to your offer or whatever offer you can put together or how much room that you make. So it's wise for the Nuggets side of things to just be very dialed in, knowing that he is legitimately hurt and they're not going to do the Aaron Gordon thing of like, get back out there. And that's AG saying he'll be back out there.
Yeah.
But this is Payton Watson approaching this thing the right way. And I think it's both parties looking at each other being like, okay, we want the same thing. You just can't go yet.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Nuggets are handling it correctly by having him shut down and not really putting the public pressure on, there could be much more coming from that building than we hear about Payton Watson in terms of public pressure. The perception game, why do you think Broncos PR calls us all the time when Sean Payton messes up and says something wrong about
want to win the
Bose'
perception
ankle?
game.
Exactly. So Nuggets media, Nuggets PR, if there was something to handle of like, this Watson thing's ugly, let's make him the bad guy. Don't think that doesn't happen. With the Nuggets, with the Pistons, with the Jets, all over the place, in every world of sports, hell, and just propaganda in general in all of media. But I look at it and I go, okay, Nuggets, you're handling it the right way. It's good news that he's legitimately hurt. And that sounds so weird to say. It's just odd.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so happy he's really hurt. But I am happy that he's really hurt because it lets me know, one, the Nuggets are handling it right. Two, he wants to be back. At least that's what they're saying. But I believe in Payton Watson as his competitive spirit. I didn't want to think this was a guy listening to some suit, little square nerd, pocket protector agent.
Clutch Sports is who you're talking about.
Exactly. I didn't want him listening to Clutch Sports and be like, you just got to stay out because of your bag. Your bag would be larger with an NBA championship for the Nuggets. So I like that this news has come out. Thanks to Jake Shapiro for digging on it.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And you know what? I hadn't thought about the angle that you just laid out with the Nuggets going, I'm going to say the term, but I think it's the wrong term. Like, we're going to handle it with kid gloves a little bit.
Yeah.
Of like, we got to protect you so that you trust us
Yes.
when we are negotiating
Right.
for your next 4 or 5 year contract.
Right.
I haven't thought about that part. I'm thinking about the basketball part of it.
Yes.
And there is another layer of it that's completely off the basketball part.
Right. Because if you even let that get out of your building, let's say all of a sudden we had heard like, oh, it is the agent. They are telling him not to play, and he's totally healthy. And someone had a cell phone video of Payton Watson playing basketball at some court on some street ball or whatever. Like, imagine the PR nightmare and the juggling that you would have to do if you're the Nuggets just to get things corrected. But they've approached this the right way. The information, but they don't have to tell us everything, but Jake's going to find out.
Yeah.
Jake found out he's legitimately hurt. I like the way they're handling it. It's not kid gloves, but as a collector, when you have something valuable, you're going to treat it and handle it the right way. And I don't care if that's a comic book, a painting, a car, motorcycle, whatever it is. Shoes, I'm thinking about everything.
Sneakers, that's what I was thinking of too.
I just collect too many things. But you're going to handle it with the care that it deserves. Payton Watson is a $100 million player. They are handling it with the care that he deserves.
And the Broncos are very forward with their perception fight.
Oh, yeah.
The Nuggets PR staff isn't really like that. And
I wish they were.
I wish they were a little bit, but they also, this is going to come off disrespectful, and it's just the way that it is. They play the media, they play Nuggets media like puppets.
Yeah.
And they got them in their palm of their hand, so they can kind of manipulate and do whatever they want with those folks anyway.
Nuggets media is a bit more friendly than Broncos media, and Broncos
yeah.
media is already like super friendly. But anytime I've been around Nuggets media, I was like, oh, God, nobody's asking anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Shout out to Brendan Voigt, though. He's come on pretty strong here the last couple of weeks. Shout out.
Yeah, shout out to Brendan. Some good questions, standing up for himself to David Adelman.
As he should.
That's what I really respected for Brendan there.
100%. All right, couple quick texts. Tribe roll call, trucker roll call, but I'm getting a don't be that guy from Jay in Centennial. He uses the hashtag tribe, which we love. Hitting us up on the RamosLaw.com text line says, don't be that rich poser. I love the poser word. Who sits courtside but puts the T-shirt over your shirt and tie. You look like a goober. says Jay and Centennial. Love the word goober, bringing that in. And it's always the rich guy who's got his shirt tucked into his jeans and he's got the team T-shirt over his plaid, button up because he's on a date with his sweet little thing that's 30 years his junior.
Yeah.
They do look like goobers. I'm with Jay on that.
They do, yeah, total goobers. It's like Bill Gates dancing up there with whatever. Who's the Panthers owner? Steve Ballmer, right? I think Ballmer and Bill Gates, they were dancing on the stage for some whatever nerd
Dave
reason.
Tepper is who you're thinking of?
Tepper, yeah. So Tepper, Ballmer, Gates, all nerds. Probably not great people. So, yeah, don't look like a goober.
Yeah.
Don't look like Bill Gates.
Yeah, you do not want to look like Bill Gates. You want his bank account, but you don't want to look like him. Ken in Indiana says, what am I doing for $1 today? Listening to the show and playing 18. I took this day off last week as a personal day. It's a vacation day. Ken in Indiana is living out my dream.
Okay, yeah.
I'm playing golf today, too, though, so I'm pretty fired up.
How'd you smack Whitey yesterday?
Pretty good. I met a new friend.
Okay.
An old fellow, William. And he gave me a couple tips, and then he told me something about a golf course I go to regularly that I didn't know about.
Okay.
Which is another little. He's like, there's like 3 little par 3 holes over here on the side that no one ever goes to, and I don't think anybody knows where I was. He's like, and they won't charge you if you just go over there. I'm like, I'm doing that 4 days a week. So I'm fired up about that. All right, keep your texts coming. Love hearing from you guys for Tribe and Trucker Roll Call, plus a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. See, the draft sends messages to players, right, that are currently on that team's roster. What messages were sent, and who were they being sent to with the picks that were made by the Broncos? That conversation's coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
AutoNation knows that the joy of having a car is in the going. Off we go! And we make it easy for you to go. Now get a special cash bonus match on your favorite new vehicles. Your $1,000 down becomes $2,000. $2,000 becomes $4,000. Plus thousands of fuel-efficient vehicles are at AutoNation. $1,000 becomes $2,000. $2,000 becomes $4,000. So go to AutoNation now. Hurry! Offer ends April 30th. Store matches up to $2,000 based on customers' contributions. See store for complete details. Expires end of month.
Owner of the fitness gallery, there is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, don't forget, we do have a pair of tickets to give away today to the PRCA Extreme Bulls Tour. Coming up a little later on this summer, we got a pair of tickets to give away every day. Denise has won a pair. Estevan's got a pair. You could be the next winner of the pair of tickets. You got to be listening. You never know when we're going to give those bad boys away. So keep it locked here. Keep hitting us up on the RamosLaw.com text line, our YouTube page. It's youtube.com/DenverSports. Text line number is, are you ready? 303-713-1043. Hit us up there with your tribe roll calls, trucker roll calls, and your don't be that guy messages. We're going to get to as many of those as we can. But, Cecil, I want to talk to you about what this draft means, and you know it better than anybody because nobody covers the draft in this state better than Cecil Lammey. When draft picks are made, messages are sent. And some of that might just mean, hey, your contract's coming up, or hey, you're on the wrong side of 30. But some of them are, hey, you weren't good, and we have to get more production out of that position.
Right.
Which of those three lanes can we pick for these draft picks that were just made? The tight ends, I mean, that stands out because they picked two of them. And, yeah, I know they were later picks, but two that we think can contribute at some point, and I believe sooner rather than later. Does that tell us exactly what we know about Evan Greengram? He checks two of those boxes.
Right.
Your contract's up, and you weren't very good last year.
Yeah, I think that's a complete target, and it's why they take two tight ends. And it's why this team reshaped that tight end room, because I think Dallin Bentley can make the 53. There's more there than people think with Dallin Bentley. I'm going to continue saying that. In fact, if he outlasted Justin Jolie, I'm not calling it, but I wouldn't be surprised based on Bentley's thing.
I like that
Bentley's skill.
I like that you have confidence in him. And I'm the Jolie guy.
Yeah.
But you know what I am first? A Broncos
guy. Right.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what teams did this year? In studying, and I've gone through all 32 teams and studied their drafts and the selections, even in their undrafted pool. What they did is they're trying to find a Tucker Kraft. They're trying to find a Brenton Strange. And while maybe outside of fantasy, people are like, who the hell is that? Tucker Kraft's one of the best move tight ends in the game.
He's a stud.
After he came into the league as a blocker. Brenton Strange with Jacksonville, not one of the best move tight ends, but a very productive tight end after he came into this league as a blocker. So if you're looking for that Tucker Kraft, Brenton Strange, that's Dallin Bentley. The blocker, and there's more as a receiver there as well. So it's an indictment on Ingram.
Yeah, and look, I like the fact that we said this on Monday of go get you one of each. Adam Troutman's not here for long, and he doesn't do anything. And again, blocking tight end on the team that wants to pass the football. If you can be a blocking tight end to check that box for Sean for now, then you can do that but still be somewhat of a pass-catching threat. It's honestly why I've never admitted this to you guys. I don't mind Nate Atkins.
Wow.
Because he can actually catch the football.
Kev, let's grab that audio. Anytime he's complaining about fullbacks or whatever, it's like, I don't mind Nate Atkins.
I don't mind Nate Atkins. I'm not the biggest fan. I'm not buying the jersey.
Okay.
But at least he can be a threat in both categories.
Okay.
I think Bentley's maybe higher ceiling than that.
Sure.
But
yes,
has those same capabilities.
Yeah. It's you're taking a chance on a guy who could be Adam Troutman plus. You know what I mean? Trout's not a great blocker. and he hasn't turned into a great receiver either. People will forget, a Division III Dayton, he had 14 touchdowns in his final year. I don't think he's had 14 touchdowns in his NFL career.
No. Did he have 14 catches last year?
I think he did, just barely. But still, like, I think if we look at these draft picks, who is this screaming at?
He had 20, dude.
He had 20?
20.
Who is this screaming at as we look to this draft? It's screaming at Evan Ingram. Dude, you got to produce.
Mm-hmm. That was the biggest. I mean, you took
Joe
two
Lee will
of
take
them.
his job.
You took two of those things.
Yeah, and Joe Lee's next man up. I mean, he's the Evan Ingram replacement.
Mm-hmm.
Bentley's the meat lover's pizza in the trunk.
Yeah.
If Joe Lee doesn't work out, you
Yeah.
got a kid. But, man, Evan Ingram, you've got to be better. And I know he's excited with Davis Webb calling plays, provided that Sean allows Davis a little bit more freedom than perhaps Sean will.
The other position I want to talk about, there's actually a few of these, but we'll get through a couple of each day.
Okay.
We talked about linebackers yesterday when you talked about how relevant Mr. Irrelevant actually is in Red Murdoch and your favorite undrafted free agent. So we kind of hit the linebackers.
Yeah.
Miles Scott, though. I mentioned the injury stuff with Brandon Jones. Everybody loves Huff. We just want him to, catch a football from time to time. Does Miles Scott, is that a, hey, maybe it hits, or were they sending a message to a guy like Brandon Jones going, your injuries are there, your contract is coming up sooner rather than later?
Yeah.
Or is Miles Scott a, hey, later pick, low risk potential reward there?
Scott's the only one that, some people say he should have been undrafted. I don't think so. I had a 7th round grade on him. So it's like, okay, did they overdraft him? Maybe, barely. I take zero issue with the Miles Scott pick. This is not Delarian Turner-Yell.
Okay.
This is not Montreal Washington. This is a guy that can get his hands on the ball as a converted wide receiver. It's a total dart. It's a total 3/4 court shot, full court shot, whatever you want. That's what it is. So I don't really think it's a message to anybody in that defensive secondary at the safety. The message to J.L. Skinner. I don't think it's any of that. I think what it is you go, our defense needs turnovers. We need guys like Red Murdoch knocking that ball away.
Mm-hmm.
We need guys like Scott that can get out there, get their hands on the ball because they need more turnovers. So it's a total upside play, kind of a dart, a throw it, lottery pick, slot machine, whatever you want to say. Like, just it's a lottery ticket, and maybe you scratch it and it's nothing. Or maybe you scratch it and you got $20,000.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's what Scott is.
And by the way, every time you say Red Murdoch,
Yeah.
I can't be the only one that pictures the 70s show's dad, right? Red Foreman. Just the name Red. That guy has like a monopoly on the name Red.
Yes.
It's
now,
him.
Now we're going to need to get some drops from that 70s show.
Oh, it's so good.
I know. It's good. And then they tried that 90s show, and it was terrible.
I don't even remember that.
Terrible.
With the
I
same,
think-
no, it couldn't
No,
be the same
it's
people.
different, but it's like,
That's like right in your wheelhouse.
I know. It's like the 90s are awesome. That show's god-awful. Hopefully the show for the Broncos they put on the field is much better. And to go back to the Davis Webb thing super quick, let's just put a pin in this, and maybe like we have a parade gauge, right? And we have mile high moments, and we have Bose board and all that. Like, so we have these segmented, regimented things. I think one thing we need to examine this year is how much Sean Payton's getting in the way. This Broncos team,
Is that a gauge we'll be able to monitor?
maybe, like how him and Davis Webb getting along.
Okay.
I believe there's going to be more tempo introduced. In, looking over, everyone's a Jonah Coleman fan now. It's like, hey, welcome to the party.
Yeah.
Don't know if I'm going to let you on the bandwagon. There's one little guy I'm not letting on because, whatever. But
Well,
like,
he's not welcome anyway.
No, not at all. Nobody likes him. But I look at it and I go, okay, you know what they did at Washington? Tempo.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what Bose had success with at the NFL level?
Tempo. You know what Sean's been fighting?
Tempo.
I think Davis Webb gives us tempo. That's great news for Evan Ingram.
That's absolutely great news. Kevin asked the question, too, if Miles Scott isn't showing it at camp or these mini camps, and there's still the questions about Brandon Jones. Safety could be one of those positions where they're just wavering cuts and or monitoring cuts and waiver wires to see, hey, veteran guy becomes available. You're just there in case something goes wrong and our young guys aren't ready.
Yeah, and that's where the Broncos will be ready to pounce. And after that deadline on Monday that passed, any sort of free agent they add doesn't take away the compensation math that you're going to get from losing JFM.
Mm-hmm.
So it's important to note that. So, yeah, I think it's something you watch out for. You look at this secondary, you look at this entire roster, okay, it may not be yet complete. There might be a player or two that still come up.
Yep. Yep, absolutely right. We'll get back to some more of those message that are being sent with the draft picks later on in the show. A couple Tribe roll call texts, and if you got any on YouTube over there, Cecil Max from Aurora checking in on the RamosLaw.com text line says, I'm taking some brewery supplies up to Prost Brewery, listening to you guys every day, and love the show. Max, appreciate that. And when I read the text, I just imagined one of those big silver silos. He just got it on the back of his truck. It's just they're going to go fill it full of beer up there at Prost. That's what I'm picturing in my head. By the way, we still have to get to Launchpad and make our own little flavor.
I know.
That we've been invited to do.
I know. This one comes in from Dom ZJ1992.
What's up, Dom?
On YouTube. Red Murdoch sounds like a character from Red Dead Redemption 2.
It does, actually. Red Dead, dude.
I don't think it makes
sick.
Check Your X, but I did find if you complete the first Red Dead Redemption by being like a complete good guy, and it was really Knights of the Old Republic, Star Wars game, you have no idea, that started the whole like, here's a massive multiplayer online RPG. Here's this huge open world. If you're a good person, you get rewarded. In Red Dead Redemption, if you make every good decision, like you're not harming citizens or you're not, being an outlaw like you can in Red Dead Redemption, there's a special, like, I think it's a nun that you get to go talk to.
Really?
Spoiler alert, John Marston dies at the
Yeah.
end of Red Dead Redemption. But, like, this nun kind of gives you a blessing before you go and get killed because you're such a good person. I never achieved that in Red Dead Redemption, but I kind of want to go back and replay that because that game's awesome.
I got some real bad guy tendencies in real life, let alone the video game. I'm caving to all of those bad thoughts that I have on the video game. That's the reason you play the video game, isn't it?
I know, yeah. It's awesome.
Like all those little thoughts that pop in my head of like, I mean, I can't just go over and punch that person in the face, but on Red Dead I can.
I totally can.
One more, Smoking Wheels Barbecue checking in. Love hearing from them. Listening to the best two guys in sports talk and slaying that Colorado BBQ. Smoking Wheels crushing it over there. We appreciate you guys. I'm going to send you my email here. I got a catering question for you guys over at Smoking Wheels Barbecue. Maybe they come to the crib that day.
There you go.
Get some barbecue in the house. All right, keep them coming. Love hearing from y'all. 303-713-1043. RamosLaw.com text line. Hit us up. Put your name on it. YouTube.com/DenverSports. Right there on the Dover and Cecil channel. Hit it. You're in. Click subscribe if you got one extra click for us. I want to get into a few more of those conversations, Cecil, about the draft around the rest of the league before we get too far away from it. Plus, some news for the Denver Broncos. I actually want to have the conversation of how newsworthy is this? Are we going to celebrate a safety that was the starter in the worst era of Broncos football we've had in recent history? We'll answer that next.
Everyone talks stars in Nuggets Wolves, but this series might swing on the other guys.
Who are these guys?
The shooters in the corners, the bigs off the bench, the defenders who only get one shot to change a game, one timely three, one loose ball dive. In a series this close, the margins decide everything. And the margins where numbers you don't always notice. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Feel the difference new windows make, especially with 0% financing for 12 months. If something isn't built tough, it won't last. Same thing with your home. That's why Colorado homeowners trust Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Since 1973, they've been helping families upgrade their homes with Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows, built strong for Colorado's extreme weather. Call them 303-794-0490 or visit them at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cutarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants, trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film. I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision for a refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer. And you can join Dr. Cutarelli for his live webinar this Wednesday at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cutarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cutarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar this Wednesday at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Waterloo Turf Denver. Get your Saturdays back.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit about some NFL news and some drafts. There we go. I got to read it. Don't be that guy that just... You guys can send this every Wednesday, and we'd find a way to read it. Gabe gets the credit today on the RamosLaw.com text line. Don't be that guy, Raider fan, that thinks with all their picks this year, they're now going to be better and beat the Broncos. Gabe on the RamosLaw.com text line.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's good. Anytime we can poke fun at the Raiders, we're certainly here to do that.
Yeah, definitely going to poke fun at them and poke fun at their draft, even though Fernando Mendoza could be a problem in the future. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. The fit with Clint Kubiak is really good for him.
That's the part.
Yeah.
Fernando kind of hold on to the ball a little bit. Like, you see what that might look like. He can run, but we'll see what that looks like at the NFL level. But Clint, hiding some of those deficiencies until he figures it out is exactly what could be a problem. I want to talk about some news today. I don't know that I could call this big news. I know Broncos country love this guy, like this guy, but I kind of teased it. See, how are we supposed to feel today when Justin Simmons is officially retiring? And he's retiring a Bronco, everybody. And he was nice. He's great in the community. Those are all things that I don't really care about, to be honest. I don't care how nice you are to the media members. I'm not there to be your friend. Friend circle's pretty full, trying to eliminate, not add. And the stuff you do in the community, I think, is a requirement. It's not ooh, look at this guy doing great. You're a role model. You're supposed to be. You have a lot of money and a couple of days off a week. Go do something in the community. So he gets credit for it. We overemphasize that a little bit, in my opinion. It's tough for me. Was Justin Simmons a solid safety? Well, yeah. All right. I'll give him that. But he was also the starting safety on the worst era of Denver Broncos football I've ever experienced in my personal life.
Right.
And for it to feel like there's this, hey, we got to celebrate this guy today, I'm just not really into that.
Yeah, the thing is I like Justin a lot, and he's been very good to me personally, like locker room interactions and stuff. I remember my old next-door neighbor, Luke, when he took his then, I think, 5-year-old daughter, Layla,
Luke, our
to
guy
training
Luke?
camp. Yeah, our guy
Oh,
Luke.
yeah.
Like stuff like we like
Yeah,
Luke.
yeah.
He took his 5-year-old daughter to training camp, and Justin was one of the players, like, that came back because he heard her like screaming, like,
Very
I guess
cool.
it's Simmons.
Very cool
5-year-old.
stuff, yeah.
So that type of stuff is really cool. I guess in a way kind of feel bad for what his era represents. So it's got my mind thinking like, okay, if we go back to previous Broncos era, and it's never been as bad as it was the previous 10 years. Before Bo Nix, that 10-year stretch from Super Bowl 50 until Bo Nix, that was a terrible, terrible stretch. We've never seen it before. But how many Broncos of the past are beloved that were maybe from eras that didn't end up where you wanted it to be?
Sure.
And I know it's different, and I'm just doing this on the fly, so don't at me, bro. But someone like, I don't know, Gaston Green, you know what I mean?
What a
or
name, yeah.
Leonard Russell or something like that. So there's a lot of Broncos that, and I know Russell was only here for a year, but like, and Gaston Green was only here for a year or two, right? So it has to be someone with a bit longer of a tenure. And I know there's somebody I'd be thinking of. You could always go back to those 80s teams that never won the Super Bowl. John would get him there.
Mm-hmm.
We could go pre-John Elway. We might have to look at that, like pre-John Elway Denver Broncos that were not on the Super Bowl 12 team for 77, and then Elway in 83. So there's that gap, you know, where it's like, okay, maybe
But that's
some of
also
those
like,
Broncos.
I get what you're saying, but there's also those eras, not that this city still isn't, the state lives, breathes by the Broncos.
Yeah.
But back then, there wasn't another show in town, and
Right.
the other shows were getting their butts whooped every night. So it was like, hey, Broncos, Broncos, Broncos all the time, and you
Right.
just fall in love with the player.
Right, right. So I think, and unfortunately for Justin, I'll put some business in the streets. I don't
Sure.
care. There's been too many media members that like kind of just hang on to him, and I kind of feel bad for him a little bit because I'm like, dude, leave him alone. Like, he's Justin Simmons. He's a cool guy. He loves anime, right? Loves manga. So he's kind of cut from the same cloth that I am. It's just that era is what he represents, and that stinks for him. You know, I'd wonder what Justin Simmons would be like in a different era. You know, I'd wonder what Justin Simmons would be like if, you know, he was younger and playing today on this defense. How could things have been different? So I'll look back at him personally, fondly, and then professionally in terms of football. That was the worst era of Broncos football I've ever experienced in my 50 years on this earth. And, you know, he's kind of the representative of that era. Post Super Bowl 50, pre-Bo Nix, there's one guy that was there pretty much more than anybody, and it's Justin Simmons.
Yeah. And like I said, he does all those things, but if we're talking football, it's a lot of good stuff he did. We're not talking football.
Yeah.
Football, it's tough for me to go, yeah, let's celebrate this guy retiring.
Well,
you didn't make the playoffs. You never played in a game that really mattered to the Denver Broncos.
Let's talk about what truly happened then. It's not like Justin Simmons was on the trust. You know what I mean? So I think Justin Simmons gets a lot of, I don't know, hatred or whatever.
It's not
for
hatred.
something that he didn't have anything to do with. How could have one safety have changed that era? As good as Justin Simmons was, he couldn't change that era because they didn't have an owner. And Joe Ellis, you can't play pretend owner. And you have to have someone where the buck stops with you. You have to make decisions. I don't know, maybe bring Mike Shanahan back after 1 year of Vance Joseph, as John Elway had it set up, allegedly, or what I have to say. Like, there could have been decisions that were made. Imagine if Mike Shanahan comes back with Kirk Cousins, because that was a package deal.
Yeah.
And John Elway had that set up 1 year after Vance Joseph, or 1 year into Vance Joseph. And then he had to sleep on it, and then they decided to keep VJ because allegedly Joe Ellis did not want Mike Shanahan back in that building. You telling me Justin Simmons wouldn't have been part of a winner if Kirk Cousins was here with Mike Shanahan? So, again, he's just kind of a victim of the timing, and I look at it from he's a safety. This isn't a quarterback, you know what I mean? This isn't Case Keenum's retiring a Bronco, and we're like, oh, I love him. Nah, Case, just whatever.
Don't you get I get the vibe in Broncos country from some folks, and it's honestly like a certain group, and they're all kind of the same. But you're like, oh, well, he's getting Ring of Fame. I'm like, whoa, chill out here. The guy, that's Justin Simmons we're talking about. Congratulations on a career. He played 9 years in the NFL. That's a huge success.
Oh, yeah.
But to act like he's one of the all-time great Denver Broncos just rubs me the wrong way.
Mike Kliss just put this out on Twitter a little bit ago of like he was one of the league's best players who never played in a postseason game. So I'd have to go back through the
history. And I
just
disagree with that. I don't think he was one of the league's best players.
I would have to look back and see like who are some of those other players that we remember somewhat fondly and say, you never played in the playoffs. So with more information, I guess I'll have a more structured opinion.
Yeah.
And plus, I'm probably the wrong guy to ask because in that era, especially in the Peyton Manning or the pre-Peyton Manning era, I was there every day. So, I have a bit of a different interaction, and I didn't have to stalk him at church or the convenience store or whatever.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. The group that they all think they're friends with Justin because he said hi to them once outside of the facility.
Justin's too nice to be a jerk to that. Yeah.
Justin Simmons, great player, great in the community. I'm sure he's a great husband and father if he has kids. But as a Denver Bronco, I think y'all a little crazy to celebrate what that was. But maybe I'm the crazy one. All right, let's get into hour number 2. Quarter number 2 is what we like to call it. We're halfway through the work week, see, since it's a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. No news on a George Payton contract. When's that thing coming? Let's kick that around coming up next.
Season on the line. Denver answered. The Nuggets unleashed a dominant blowout on Minnesota, refusing to go home. With the defense locked in and the offense flowing, Ball Arena was rocking. Now it shifts north. Game 6, Nuggets, Timberwolves, Thursday night in Minneapolis. Can Denver finish the fight and force a Game 7? Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Stoker for my team, ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Through April, when you install a new cold climate heat pump system with my team at ROX, you get a free whole home water filtration system. How about that? Cleaner air, cleaner water. That's a winning combination. Upgrade your home's comfort and take advantage of this huge offer while it lasts, but only from my team, ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, Rocks, Heating and Air. Welcome to winning country.
I've never put much stock in astrology, but with the new multiplier scratch, the stars are aligned for some pretty big prizes. Because no matter your moon sign or what Mercury's up to, your win can get multiplied up to 200 times, with prizes up to $1 million, which could steer your life into a very interesting new phase. New multiplier scratch from the Colorado Lottery. Multiply your win up to 200 times. Must be 18 to play.
I'm Rob Wilhite with the Wilhite Law Firm, and I have an important holiday reminder. If you're celebrating this season, make the smart choice. Don't drink and drive. For years, we've made it our mission to keep impaired drivers off the road and protect our community through our holiday rideshare program. If you or someone you know has had too much to drink, let us help you get home safely. For details on how to use our rideshare program, visit WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com or call us at 303-GOOD-LAW.
Cecil Lammy here from my friends at Soda Weight Loss. Online, SodaDietNutrition.com. 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds, and I'm never going back. You want help on your weight loss journey? Call them up, 866-800-SODA. Again, online, SodaDietNutrition.com. I got my confidence back. I look and feel 10 years younger, all thanks to Soda. Knowing how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, and having the help of a real nutritionist is all that you need. SodaDietNutrition.com, because SOTA is state-of-the-art.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
In the playoffs, everything comes down to the buzzer. One shot, one moment, no room for error. In your facility, that moment hits when the power goes out. That's when experience matters most. For over 40 years, Piper Electric has delivered expert electrical construction, service, and maintenance, including fire alarms and large-scale power distribution. Their licensed electricians are built for high-pressure situations and complex projects. Starting something new? Don't wait for the last second. Make the smart call. Include Piper Electric. Visit piperelectric.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Taking so long. Draft's over now. Mini camps, all the rookie stuff is set up. Phone calls, press conferences, Zoom calls, all that stuff has been done. So what's holding this back? Now, maybe it's going to come at the end of the week. Maybe it's something early next week as they're going, hey, we just did our draft stuff. Guys, take a couple of days off.
Right.
And then let's come back and get to work later this week or early next week. Wouldn't have a problem with that. As I said earlier about Bose ankle, it's April 29th, guys. Football business can take a couple of days off. So if that's the case, okay, I can understand that. But maybe, just maybe there's something else. And I started to think about this last night based on some of the conversations that you and I have had. We talked about Sean's shot clock starting at some point, depending on what Davis looks like as a play caller.
Right.
And then I started to play that's the funnest game I play in my life, not golf. It's If I Were Greg Pinner. It's a great game. I play it all the time in my mind. Every time I see a nice car, I'm like, if I were Greg Pinner, that'd be my
What would
car.
GP do?
So I thought about his football business. And you look ahead a little bit, and that conversation you and I have had about sitting ducks. I think it's a lame term, but we use it a lot in sports. When you're on the last year of your contract, you're looked at as a sitting duck.
Yeah, you're a lame duck coach.
Guess what? The rest of us operate that in our entire lives.
Right.
We have contracts in radio. I'm on my last year of my deal. I'm a lame duck right now, guys. It's just so dumb. They can fire us and hire us at any point they want.
Right.
But if you're a guy like Greg Pinner and you're looking a couple of years ahead, which is what ownership is going to do, you go, all right, I know George is a lame duck and has 1 year left on his deal. How do I approach that? Do I set the precedent of like, yo, if I like you, I give you a new deal before it expires to show you that it's there and you don't even get to test the water and somebody make you an offer that you can't say no to? I would understand that. But then on the other end, you go, all right, am I setting the precedent of now if it's the message of if I like you, I give you a new deal before that deal's done? And then he's asking himself, Sean's deal's done in a couple of years. So that would mean if George is going to get this deal just because you don't like guys going into the last year of their deal, this time next year, we're doing this with Sean Payton. And I believe, Cease, if I were GP, I would let this thing play out. One, you want to know what Davis Webb looks like. So let's say what we believe happens. Davis looks good as a play caller. And then now you have to have this, hey, Sean's on the last year of his deal. Davis has looked good. What am I supposed to do here? Go ahead and play this, in my opinion, play this thing out as your lame duck, and then we sit down as big boys at a table and have an uncomfortable conversation about what's best for the Broncos moving forward. Not Sean, not even Davis, not George. What's best for the Denver Broncos moving forward?
Shall we play a game? Hit it, Kev! Because it's now time to play the game. Who's going to be here longer? I'm your host, Cecil Lamy. There is Josh Dover, Kevin Kistner on the ones and twos. It's time to play Who's Going to Be Here Longer? Yes, everyone, thank you. Round of applause. Sound like Jonah Coleman. Who's going to be here longer with the Denver Broncos? You're Greg Penner. Who's going to be here longer? Choice A, Sean Payton. Choice B, George Payton. Choice C, Bo Nix. Who's going to be here longer, everybody? What's your answer? Final answer. Do you need to phone a friend?
No, I don't need to phone a friend. I know the answer.
What is it?
It's George Payton. George Payton.
Okay, Kevin Kistner, you've got three choices. Sean Payton, George Payton, Bo Nix, A, B, or C. Who's going to be here longer? Who do you think?
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix. So we have Bo Nix and George Payton. The answer is both. You are correct.
Yes.
Both you guys are right. Two of your winners will be going to the championship round because that means Sean Payton is not going to be here longer than those two. And here's the thing. Do you realize there was a team that went through the entire 2026 NFL draft without a GM?
Without a GM.
Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Did you know who it is?
No.
It's Minnesota. Minnesota today, in a statement from Mark and Ziggy Wilf, with the conclusion of the 2026 NFL Draft, our search for the next general manager of the Minnesota Vikings is underway. This will be a thorough and deliberate process led by ownership. James Palmer, our guy. He's our guy, right? James Palmer. He says the Vikings are turning their attention to their GM search and announced they will not be revealing candidates for the job as the process goes. George Payton is up there, is from the Minnesota region where he came up and, of course, was fantastic as an assistant general manager under Rick Spielman. I personally believe Rick Spielman is one of the brightest minds in all of football. I put him on like a Ted Thompson type of level. Like, I really, really appreciate Rick Spielman. So I've always appreciated George Payton for that. And I'm just going to ask you the question. I could do the game show music again. It's kind of fun, but I won't. Who's better to get along with, Kevin O'Connell or Sean Payton?
Kevin O'Connell.
Is it close?
No.
Okay. Now, who's the best owner in sports?
Greg Penner.
Right.
He's got $77 billion.
Right. But George Payton, the best part of George Payton's job, and if I'm Greg Penner, I'm giving him like hazard pay for dealing with Sean Payton. I'm also going to George Payton and do, George, thank you for dealing with Sean. Thank you for working with Sean. Not everybody can work with Sean.
Yeah.
And
we've all worked with somebody that's uncomfortable to be around.
Right. And this is how Mickey Loomis worked with Sean down in New Orleans. Whatever you want, Sean. And that's why Sean Payton, yes, I said it, Sean Payton got the New Orleans Saints in credit card hell that they are just now getting out of with Mickey Loomis doing some really good drafting. Tyler Shook looks like a nice little young quarterback there. They got wide receivers, right? They've got weapons for him. They can go out and get Travis Etienne to be their lead running back now.
They just got the Arizona kid, right?
Exactly.
Arizona State kid.
So look at how Jordan Tyson. Look at how that team is operated without Sean. Mickey's bringing him out of salary cap hell. Mickey Loomis doing a pretty good job. Sean Payton is tough to work with. Sean Payton is hard to work with. Sean Payton is hard to work for. I'm not saying George works for him because he doesn't, but you have to work in tandem with them.
It's much more of a two-way street than other
So,
organizations.
headache or pain in the ass? Which one is it? Oh, no, it's both. Sean Payton is both a headache and a pain in the ass to work with. And there's people probably chuckling really loud right now at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Sean's not one of them. But Sean, you know the truth. Don't act like you don't know, Sean. Don't act like you're all roses and everything's great. George Payton has done a great job working with Sean.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just merely going to ask the question, how much longer does he want to do that? Because Minnesota is about ready to throw whatever they can at George Payton. I almost guarantee this. And they're not going to reveal the names. They will not reveal the names. Okay, Minnesota's already said this in their statement. James Palmer talking about it. But with the Vikings, where George came from, having a GM search, I believe they're going to make a strong push for George Payton, even though he's got 1 year left on his contract.
Leverage, my man. Leverage is beautiful if you're using it. If it's being used against you, it's the worst thing at a negotiation.
And George is coming off a great draft. And listen, when I say this about Sean Payton being a pain in the ass and a headache, one, it's true. Two, it doesn't mean the dude doesn't know football. It means that, hey, if you can put up with that guy, you're going to win a lot of games. You might even win another Super Bowl.
Well, it's you deal with the headache because of the results.
Right.
But if you're on the team, your owner, your general manager, you go, wait a minute, we could get the same results without the headache?
Yep.
What would I do?
Yep.
What would you do? Put yourself in a situation when you're around somebody that's kind of uncomfortable to be around. If you think you could have the same sort of success without the annoyance, why wouldn't you do it?
And George Payton coming off a masterclass in the draft. I mean, he's a technician. He's doing everything right. And if I'm Greg Penner, one, you don't worry about it because you just break him with money. But Sean's here. I mean, that's George may just want a break. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that there's any sort of problems behind the scenes. There isn't.
Yeah.
And it's clear from George. Like, George is the one adjusting in this relationship. Do you think Sean Payton's adjusted in his relationship?
I don't think Sean Payton has adjusted since he worked for Bill Parcells.
Exactly. So it's George Payton working so well with Sean. This is a great duo. They're great together. I'm sure there's frustrations for George. And I'm sure if you're Greg Penner, you're kind of not nervous. When is Greg ever nervous? But there is a bit of a concern of, like, how much of a run is Minnesota going to make at George Payton? We got to watch out for that, brother.
I'm just imagining Greg and George sitting down, and he's writing zeros, and he's just looking at, one more? You want another zero? What is this going to take, George?
Greg Penner, please pay me. That'd be awesome.
It's just an interesting conversation. We're going to talk with Mike Kliss tomorrow. I'm going to throw it his way. Like, what are we doing? What's the timeline look like here? We're going to certainly keep an eye on it and let you know what we know when it goes down. All right, let's get to a Rockies conversation. They had game 1 of 3 in Cincinnati last night. Did not go well for the guys in purple, but we might have figured something out. My man Kevin Kistner figured out the magic number for the Colorado Rockies, and we're going to share it next.
Most teams are lucky to have one Conn Smythe contender. The Avalanche may have 3. They win it! Nathan McKinnon playing like a human highlight reel. Cale Makar turning every shift into a masterclass. And Scott Wedgwood stacking a playoff resume that would be headline material anywhere else. Colorado doesn't just have stars. They have 3 legitimate playoff MVP candidates. And if even one of them hits that next gear, the Cup road gets a whole lot shorter. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
What up, fellas? Josh over here to talk to you about something personal. We're bros. We're in the tribe trust tree, right? How's your sex life? You having any sex? If you're in a serious, committed, long-term relationship, sex matters. Sex is important. Sex could, if you're not having it, end that long-term special relationship. And why would you let that happen? If it's erectile dysfunction that you're dealing with, go see my team. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com has 5 locations to serve you. I don't care where your feet are right now. There's one within 20 minutes of you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Are you going to let a phone call and a 20-minute drive ruin your sex life? Because they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you lasting an hour or more. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. What are you waiting for? What more do you need? Hit them up now, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, or call them, 720-440-7900. Your first visit is going to cost you $99, includes a consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll draw your blood, tell you what your T and PSA levels are, and then give you some options. One option is to take a test dose there in the office. If that doesn't work, they don't want your money. It works in over 90% of men. Stop with the excuses. Get your sex life back. Satisfy your partner. It all starts at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
You know, Shayna, when our grandparents opened Williams Jewelers in 1947, they had one guiding philosophy.
It's true. From a simple jewelry repair to that very important diamond engagement ring, we treat every customer like family.
Because you're sharing your life with us. That's the only way we know how to do business. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. We're generational jewelers, creating heirlooms for the next generation.
Whether you're looking for that perfect diamond engagement ring, fine Swiss watch, or a custom piece, or that once-in-a-lifetime treasure,
we're here to make all your precious moments unforgettable. 3 generations of fine jewelry expertise right here in Colorado.
If you can dream it, it's here at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Because we're not only one of America's largest fine jewelers,
we're Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Growing a business is hard enough. Figuring out where to advertise shouldn't be a thing that holds you back. Your customers are listening to this station. Heck, you are. They're streaming Denver's biggest games on their TVs. They're tuned into the podcasts everyone's talking about. We help you show up in all 3 with one plan, one team, and results you can actually see. We've helped businesses like yours grow for years. Let us show you how. Visit DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Ready to be a driving force for your community? The Cherry Creek School District is seeking great people who care about kids to join its dedicated team of bus drivers. No CDL? No problem. Take advantage of paid training with benefits in a supportive and fun work environment. Starting pay at $24.39 an hour with excellent benefits. Feel good about what you do by helping provide safe, reliable transportation for Colorado kids. Apply now at cherrycreekschools.org.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is hoop. H-O-O-P. Text HOOP to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's HOOP to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
We got to talk a little bit about the Colorado Rockies and how it didn't look good yesterday. You said it, though. You're like, hey, Chase Burns, it's not the best ideal matchup.
He's on a hot streak now for those hot Reds.
Yeah, the Reds had 12 strikeouts, 9 of them, thanks to one Chase Burns. And Sagana's going to start today. I had the days mixed up because Freeland was coming back from injury report.
You're right.
He got to get the start. You just move back a day. No bullpen session for this series because it'll go Sugano and Lorenzen to wrap it up. Told you yesterday the Reds are good. The Reds can win. Now, they don't do a lot of winning at home, but they did that yesterday. They win 7-2. Ellie De La Cruz is just so damn good. He's fun to watch, even though he's not on the team that we're rooting for. And the Rockies just kind of fell back into the bad habits that they do when they lose. You're striking out at a 12 times rate. They did get some guys on base. These 11 hits and then left 10 stranded. In scoring position, 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. So you miss out on 10 opportunities like that and strike out 12 times.
Right.
And guys like Zeke, Karros that have to get on base to move up and give yourself a chance to score. Those dudes are batting under 200 right now and are just hurting the ball club.
Yeah, hurting the ball club, but at least we see the approach from the Rockies stay consistent. Swing.
They're doing that.
Swing.
They're doing
I
that.
feel like we need to play Savage's Swing. Stoats and... Nah, I just got that song stuck in my head. But, like, doing the dice roll, that's what we're doing right now because it is swing. You get up to the plate, you're not sitting on it, you're not waiting, you're swinging. And it's the Rocky style this year, and it means you can go down in flames when you face a hot pitcher that's got control and speed, as Burns does. So, yeah, not the best day for our Colorado Rockies, but still encouraged, still having fun, still excited about their next contest.
Kyle Freeland did get the start. He struggled in the beginning, and now the broadcast was trying to sell it up like he really settled in. I don't know that I could go that far. Did he get better? Yes.
Yes.
Was he like settled in and dealing? No, he was not doing that.
Right, and I think that's the difference, right? You can be settled in, but not dealing.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Freeland was yesterday on the bump. So it's just one of those things with Freeland that it's what we just got to kind of take, right?
If we're being honest about what this rotation is, and I know Kyle, he's the TJ boy, and everybody's all fired up about that still. But, like, you go Quintana, probably Sugano right now, Dolander. Like, if that's what it were set up and Dolander got the nod to be the in the rotation, Freeland would be your fourth guy. And then you go, all right, that as your fourth guy is good enough.
Yeah.
But we look at him in a different light, and it, at least for me, it's like creates these, almost to him, unfair expectations for who he is right now.
I just figured it out, too, because don't look at our YouTube chat. You were getting worked over the Justin Simmons thing.
That's okay. Yeah.
Is Kyle Freeland like the Rockies version of Justin Simmons?
Kinda.
Like everybody loves him. Hometown folks love Kyle Freeland.
Kyle Freeland has had some team success. Justin Simmons doesn't know how to get to the playoffs.
Right. Okay. Well, I was just thinking because you're going to make Kyle Freeland fans mad because they're still out there.
That's okay.
They're still out there, and for the local product and the local story, we love that. But I'm with the Colorado Rockies. The best thing is I'm looking at the future and I'm seeing hope. I'm looking at the future in Chase Dolander. I'm looking at the future in Charlie Condon. Like, I'm looking at the future with this team, and I see brightness. Not fake hope, not selling empty promises, but actual ball players that can actually play, that can pitch, that can hit, that can do it all, and it's just going to take time for this picture to come together. So as it does come together, if they had a bunch of slappies and they weren't winning, if they were like they were the last 3 years, we wouldn't be talking about the Rockies on the verge of May.
Right.
We would get to May and we would stop talking about the Rockies. We do a sports talk show
in Denver.
We would stop talking about the Rockies. I know I'm not here in July, but still, like, even in July, not like it's hot Rockies talk. It can be this year because they're better this year. And you do look to the future, and I think that the Kyle Freelands, that's like why we talk about old stuff. You know what I mean? I want to talk about Zeke Tovar. I want to talk about Rumfield. I want to talk about the future of this team because you see some bright young stars. Where's your guy, Troy Johnson? Who adopted him?
That was me.
Because he had Rumfield.
That was me, yeah.
Okay, so
he's got to figure out what the hell he's doing at first base, but when he does.
It's awesome. So we've all got, players that we can kind of ride or die with the Rockies, and that's a start.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. Like I said, I'm watching all the Rockies games, and I haven't done that in a long time. Kevin sent us this number. So the Rocks have played 18 games where they've scored 3 runs or less. Dude, they're 4-14 in those 18. They've had 12 games where they've scored 4 or more runs. They are 9-3 in those records. You got to score 4 runs to win a baseball game. That's helping out your bullpen, whoever your starter is. If they can get you to 6 for that quality start, then get the traditional reliever-closer situation set up for this bullpen. Score 4 runs and give yourself a chance to win ball games. That's what they can do. Magic number 4 for the Colorado Rockies, and that's not that difficult to get to.
I was going to say, isn't that very achievable?
Yes, it is.
That's very achievable. What was it in the past?
8?
10?
10 maybe, yeah.
Now it's 4. You're 4. I'll take that all day long.
100%. 100%. So tough one last night. Let's see if Sugano can get them the win today, because we know I like his Vans, just not his pitching. Going to be a tough go on Thursday in the getaway game, which is at 10:40 in the morning Mountain Time.
Whoa!
So yeah, get ready for that one coming up tomorrow.
Well, at least we get to have it on while we do the show.
Watch it while we work.
I won't be so distracted as Stoke was watching McAfee back in the day with you guys.
Yeah, he was real into that.
Trying to do a show, and Stoke's like, I can't believe AJ Hawk hasn't moved in 7 minutes. Like, yeah, AJ Hawk looks like a hostage on McAfee's show.
He's just in a room with wallpaper and books on it. Occasionally, they'll give him a cigar to make it look like he's not being held at his own will.
Robert Kraft can't get me fired like he's getting other guys fired.
I didn't know that was real.
Yeah, it's real. WEI. And McAfee has an opinion on everything, right? Have you heard him talk about Vrabel?
Huh, I haven't.
Guy's the most opinionated person in all of sports.
Right.
So why aren't you talking about potential collusion between Mike Vrabel and Dan Orsini?
Very interesting.
I think, and there's plenty of buzz out there. We'll get to more of this and Check Your X. Some funny stuff, fun stuff.
Can't wait.
And Check Your X.
Can't wait for this.
There's word that, hey, could McDaniels take over? There's word that would Robert Kraft hire Mike Tomlin? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't know if Mike Vrabel's going to be coach of the Patriots, and I'm here for it. I'm here for all the popcorn.
Hell yeah, you and me both. Let's hook up one of our tribe members with a pair of tickets to the PRCA Extreme Bulls Tour happening at Frontier Park Arena. It's a high-intensity event, features top bull riders in the PRCA. It's going down Tuesday, July 21st. We have a pair of tickets to give away every single day. We told you Denise won, Estevan won. You could be next if you're caller number 4 right now. 303-713-1043. You get your tickets to the PRCA Extreme Bulls event Tuesday, July 21st. We're hooking up tribe members to get out there and have themselves a fun summer night. Caller 4 right now. It's a race to the hotline. 303-713-1043. We'll wait for your phone calls, and when we get back, we're going to talk about this draft again. We're breaking down the draft by kind of positions or groups. Today, the group is future starters. How many did they get in this draft? There are 2 names specifically we're going to touch on next.
Denver, a playoff city where the stakes are higher and the moments are bigger. As the Avalanche hit the ice and the Nuggets hit the court. DenverSports 104.3 The Fan is your home for complete playoff coverage. Every game, every series, every critical call. Broken down by the voices you trust. We don't just follow the playoffs. We live them, so you never miss a thing. DenverSports 104.3 The Fan, Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer, and you can join Dr. Cudarelli for his live webinar this Wednesday at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar this Wednesday at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. We're already into the second quarter of the year. If you're still procrastinating doing your estate plan, it's time to up your game and get organized. We can help you design your will, trust, guardianship, powers of attorney, and medical directives. Whether this is your first time creating a plan or you just need a refresh, we can help. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
Max HELOC can lower your bill significantly. Borrow $250,000 and have a payment option as low as $495 a month. We make it easy to save. Call now for a no-risk, no-obligation quote. U.S. Mortgages 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here for 5280 Exteriors. Have you heard of something called WUI compliance or Wildland Urban Interface? It's a new statewide standard in Colorado. Starting this year, every home will be assigned a fire risk category. Some building departments will begin enforcing WUI rules, so your next siding, decking, roofing, or window project may come with new requirements. Call 5280 Exteriors today, and they'll walk you through the updates, help you stay compliant, and find out what zone you're in. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. In a world where dealerships come and go, one name has stood the test of time. Bose and Celebration Chevrolet, proudly serving Colorado since 1987 as the longest owned Chevy dealer in the state. From a huge selection of new Chevys to quality pre-owned vehicles, plus a team committed to treating you right, it's no wonder generations of Colorado drivers keep coming back. To see all the specials, visit BozarthAuto.com today. Again, that's BozarthAuto.com. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet. Experience you trust, service you deserve since 1987.
Tired of or fearful of hearing no? Let us say yes. We can help you get your loan approved with our expanded guidelines, less than perfect credit okay, high debt to income ratios, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Waking up drained? Mattress Firm sleep experts will help you find the right bed for deeper rest at the Memorial Day sale. Mattress Firm. They make sleep easy.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we are breaking down position groups, just kind of groups of players that were drafted and talking about what they bring to the Denver Broncos. Today we're talking about, I want to ask Cecil if these guys could be future starters, so I'm looking at it like future starter guys. We're going to get into that in just a second. Got to give a shout out and a congratulations to Timothy up in North Glen. You guys know how I feel about the Glen. He's our winner of the pair of tickets today for the PRCA Extreme Bulls event going down Tuesday, July 21st at Frontier Park Arena. Congratulations. Timothy's joining Estevan, Denise as our winners for this week. 2 more pairs to give away, one on Thursday and another on Friday. You never know when it's going to go down, so you got to keep it locked with us all show long, 10 to 2. Rock with us. We appreciate that. Cease, yesterday we talked about old Red Murdoch. You give us your favorite undrafted player as well.
Torrin York.
Looked at York and we looked at Murdoch and we talked about linebackers. Today, my questions are these guys in line to be future starters, or is this just we'll see? We talked a little bit about Miles Scott earlier, and you said, hey, maybe. Let's see what it looks like at camp. It's a low risk. If it doesn't work out,
scratch ticket.
Okay, yeah. You might win. You might not. Go buy another $2 scratcher and see where you're at. But Cage Casey, I think is interesting to me.
Yeah.
One of the earlier picks, big offensive tackle. You talked about him possibly sliding over to guard.
He's a guard, yes.
So that's inevitable. He's going to guard.
I believe so, yes.
So is this the Ben Powers replacement?
Yes. I do not believe we have a choice here.
Okay.
And I think we can look at this and say, is he a Garrett Bowles replacement? Probably not. Is he a Ben Powers replacement? Yes. What's that do with Palcho? It gets Palcho on the right side.
Okay.
Palcho is your future replacement for Mike McGlinchey. Frank Crum is your future replacement for Garrett Bowles. Now,
So
Cage
you're
Casey,
right is
So
oh,
what?
no, that would be Miners. So Miners and Palcho are on your right.
Miners and Palcho on the right side. Because I love that for Palcho. I love that for this team. I love having the offensive line depth that they do now have. So your Ben Powers replacement, it could be Palcho. It certainly could be. But it also could be Cage Casey and him being kind of, developed to take over that position maybe even just a year from now.
Yeah, you said guard early on, and I thought, all right, well, I know where McGlinchey is. I know where Garrett is. And we know that Ben is coming up on the end of his deal here. I like the idea of what Palcho is as that swing guy and can do multiple different things.
Yeah, I do like that as well. It's a real great asset to have.
Is Cage that? Can Cage be your hey, he can fill in at tackle. He is
Sure,
more of a guard.
sure.
But I'm just looking at, all right, like if Palcho takes Ben Powers' spot and we're at that next year, is Cage still on the back burner, but that next man, he's basically Palcho's replacement for when Palcho becomes a starter.
Yeah, when you first asked that question, I was like, no. And then I think about it, I was like, okay, I mean, he could, just not. When you say Palcho replacement, I think of the reverence that I have for Palczewski, and it's like, okay, back to the Timu thing. He's your Timu Palcho.
All right.
If you're going to have him be a swing tackle, I think he could be a starting guard. Now, we have to see him. He has to develop all these sorts of things. So nothing's written. I'm not sure, and I said this about Frank Crum. Was it this show? Or I just do so many shows. I can't remember if it was this or Orange and Blue Today. Remember when I said about Frank Crum, like, he could be the future starting left tackle. He could be exactly what he is right now.
Yeah, yep.
Or he could be the future starting right tackle. I have no idea which one it's going to be. All I know is I ride with Frank Crum. That's my dude. So, okay, future left there, Palcho future right, and then they've got the rookie now to be the future left guard. I do believe he's an interior player,
Okay.
but because you asked the question, could he be a swing, tackle, guard, everything like Palcho is? He could. I don't think he's as talented as Palcho.
And
though.
see, that's a little bit of like wishful thinking or best case scenario on my part of like, all right, you now know that you want Palcho to take Ben's job.
Right.
And now you go, man, it's real nice having a guy like Palcho that you can just plug and play in multiple different positions, or bring him in and remember the jumbo stuff that they're going to continue to run, just a bigger body to do that. That would be best case scenario if you just get a new Palczewski, because Palczewski gets the nod. But I guess we're going to have to wait and see what Cage actually looks like.
Yeah, what a name.
Cage with a K, too.
They got a Cage and they got a Red.
Dude, that's pretty.
Cajun Red.
They won the all name draft for
Yeah,
sure.
exactly. Cajun Red. That's like a superhero name.
Yeah.
That's Stokely. Cajun Red.
Oh, that's when he's really mad on Twitter. He's a Cajun Red when he's just firing tweets off at 11 o'clock at night.
No, we got our guy Mean Tweets who made us the superheroes
How
of the Mountain
sick was
Duos.
that, dude?
The Mountain Duo.
Closest I'm ever getting to a six-pack.
It was a little bit too close to the Wonder Twins, so I, take on the shape of water. So we're a little bit too close to the Wonder Twins. So I don't necessarily want to go there, but we did have nice matching superhero. Now I need our guy Mean Tweets to do that for Stoke, but it's like
It's Cajun Red.
Cajun Red. Cajun Red. Brandon Stokely. He's
got-
Brandon Stokely by day.
He's got his phone in his hands.
Exactly.
Just red as hell out of fury.
And he's super powered by booze.
Yeah, a little drink next to
There
him.
actually is
cigar.
a superhero where he gets his superpowers when he's intoxicated.
Hancock?
But there was another one that
Oh.
was another comic as well. But yes,
Dude, in the movie Hancock, when he's like, B, I'm drunk. And he's laying on the bench right there. It's a hilarious scene.
B, I'm drunk.
It is such a great scene. For
I
a
want
superhero
that scene recreated, but with Brandon Stokely
Yeah,
on the golf course. Like he's on some golf cart and somebody goes to wake him up and he's B, I'm drunk.
It's so good.
I'm Cuban, B.
Yeah, we need Mean Tweets to step up their game, but Stokely.
Yeah,
that
with
one
Stoke.
was cool with us. Though.
Yes,
real
for
cool
sure.
with us. We're gonna put those all in our. You'll get the credit, Mean Tweets, but we're gonna put that in our campaign when we meet the executives of Mountain Dew someday.
Yeah,
that'll be a part of the pitch.
Exactly. I would love a pitch meeting with PepsiCo and Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
like
Dude, we would crush that. Matching tuxedos, just rolling in there. Doing the thing that we do. It would be a ton of fun. Hitting them with this.
Possibly you.
They would love
investors.
us. They would love
possibly do.
We're the duo.
Uh-huh.
The Miles Scott thing, you kind of touched on a little earlier. That's the low scratcher. It's a maybe. Where more confident in Cage being a starter than Miles being a starter.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You get a talented player who can get his hands on the ball that's still learning the position as a wide receiver convert. So you start out with good bones, right? You watch a lot of House Hunters. At least I do. I still want to start the show Roast Hunters because there's nothing better than feeling good at night and then watching House Hunters start blasting, just start roasting the people. So Roast Hunters coming to a screen near you. I think in that instance, when you just have good bones, I'm just looking for good bones. Is the kid a talented player in terms of, does he have the appropriate size? Check. Does he have the appropriate ball skills? Check. Does he know what he's doing yet? Can't check that one.
Yeah.
But can you coach him up? Can you get him there? You've already got the raw tools that there's something that could be there with Scott. And again, if he doesn't work out, whatever.
Exactly. Dude, you're taking low risk on a guy. Scott had 7 interceptions in his last 3 years. 2 of them were house
Still doesn't
calls.
know what he's doing.
Red Murdoch, 17 forced fumbles. We're talking about guys that go get the football that you desperately need.
Yes, and that's where Vance Joseph and company, that's what they're looking for, to be sure. So it's interesting to note how this team approached the draft. Again, good job, George Payton. Good job, Sean Payton. You guys do a good job working together, no matter how aggravating it might be, at least for George.
Yeah, George.
Sean probably thinks the relationship is great. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those relationships where, okay, we've all had the girlfriends that are like, they're worth it, but they're kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I think that's what Sean is.
Mm-hmm.
Sean's that 10 that's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Let's not keep it the girlfriends. There's boyfriends like that, too.
I think that's Sean Payton.
Yeah. It's like
high maintenance.
Yeah, high maintenance is
Yeah,
it.
he's
it's
high
like,
maintenance.
We all have that friend in the friend group where you go, they're coming again? They're coming to this thing too? I think I'm going to be sick for that one. Like I can't be around that person every time
Too much.
that we're out.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
that's exactly right. Small doses. Hey, don't forget, you're listening for Keywords. Playoff season's here. We're trying to hook you up with some new gear, new merch for your favorite playoff team. You're entering for a chance to win a daily $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card. All you have to do is listen for our keywords. If you win one of those $50 gift cards, your name's in the running for the grand prize, which is $1,000. Listen for the keywords from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then text it to 303-713-1043. Got to do it before that hour ends, and the more keywords you enter, the more chances you're giving yourself to win the $50 and then ultimately a chance at that $1,000. For more information and complete rules of the contest, hit up our website, DenverSports.com/keyword. All right, Cecil, you said it. We got some fun stuff on Check Your Ex. Folks are afraid to chat about it. We're not. Some fun stuff with the Vrabel-Rossini incident coming up next.
Everyone talks stars in Nuggets Wolves, but this series might swing on the other guys.
Who are these guys?
The shooters in the corners, the bigs off the bench, the defenders who only get one shot to change a game, one timely three, one loose ball dive. In a series this close, the margins decide everything. And the margins where numbers you don't always notice. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Sloane Street is a luxury designer jewelry brand founded by mother and daughter duo Francis and Charlotte Gadbois.
Influenced by their European heritage and English roots, the Sloane Street collection embodies the timeless elegance of the modern woman. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams, inviting you to come meet Francis and Charlotte at their exclusive Sloane Street Spring Trunk Show event, Friday and Saturday, May 1st and 2nd at Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North.
From dazzling, rare colored gemstone rings to vintage rose-cut diamond bands to stackable bands for every mood, Sloane Street's collection of rings, necklaces, bracelets, and earrings are both timeless and right now.
Williams Jewelers is proud to partner with these two remarkable women to give back to children impacted by pediatric cancer, supporting cancer research with the Morgan Adams Foundation.
The Sloane Street Trunk Show, Friday and Saturday, May 1st and 2nd, exclusively at Williams Jewelers.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
This message is a warning. It has to do with bad guys trying to steal your money. This is Glenn Jameron, chairman of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Recently, fraud con artists are sending out texts and emails to unsuspecting bank customers. They say something's wrong with your account. They ask you to click on a link and provide your login and password. Or they call you on the phone. They pretend to be your banker. And once again, ask for your account login and password. Hear me loud and clear. Don't do it. Banks will not contact you asking for your password or other personal information. If you have questions, call Alpine Bank. We'll help. Protecting you is our commitment. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? At Berg Simpson Injury Lawyers, we've helped Coloradans for 50 years, and our results speak for themselves. We have 29 best lawyers in America, 19 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal, because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile selected to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Are you on a team Gets It? What are you doing on social media? If not, on Twitter, we are at Kistner Radio, at Cecil Lammy. I'm at Joshua Dover. Follow along if you'd like. Hit us up on Twitter. Let us know you're a part of the tribe. By the way, I've got a new rule on my own Twitter. If you are in my mentions with a fake name and a fake, the avatar picture, I'm just done responding. Won't respond. Real name, real photo, or get the hell up out of my world that is my Twitter circle. Okay. But Cease, you said you got him today. I'm going to give you the floor for Check Your Ex.
Yes.
What's on your timeline,
Yes,
bro?
we all appreciate, mainly like when Peyton Manning does the Bud Light thing, we always appreciate anything Peyton Manning does there.
Yeah, we do.
But someone redid, remember the old ad campaign, Real Men of Genius?
Love that ad campaign.
Somebody did it, but they did with the super secret topic that nobody's supposed to talk about. At least we can talk about it.
Yeah.
So wait till you hear this.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real men of genius.
This offseason, we salute you, Mr. Strictly Professional Hot Tub Guy.
Mr. Strictly Professional Hot Tub Guy.
While others use the spa to soothe their aching hamstrings, you use 104-degree water to go off the record until the entire news cycle explodes.
Just 2 pals relaxing.
2 pals
the beauty
relaxing.
of Sedona. Red Rocks, the breeze, the sounds of Mr. Kraft firing DJs for talking about a scandal that supposedly never happened.
Scrap the internet.
Each night, a magical revelation of erased Twitter feeds and leaked photos, and a wife who just called a divorce lawyer. So crack open a wiki up, Mr. Sedona Secret Inside, and sit back, skip day 3, watch the fireworks. Bud Light Beer in Husable, St. Louis, Missouri.
Strictly professional. Yes.
Dilly dilly.
Oh, it is so good.
Kev enjoying that. We need some Bud Light here in the studio right now.
That is just so good.
That
Those
is so
commercials
awesome.
were great.
Yes.
Bringing it back for this scandal that everyone's afraid to chat about
Right.
is unbelievable.
Right.
A+ work from the internet.
It's absolutely fantastic. So anything that comes up in that, and especially to work on Mike Vrabel.
Mm-hmm.
Dan has already shut down her Twitter and retired or gone away or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even worried about that. It's Vrabel. It's the NFL not looking into this. And maybe there's nothing there. I hope there's nothing there. But if there was collusion going on, then the NFL needs to find out about that, and they do not want to talk about this.
I will say, like, all right, the NFL, that's the report. Like, collusion has to be brought up. That's the story. Now, we all get to have fun with the sex part of it because we're all middle school boys, and that's how we laugh. But, like, a corporation getting involved with an employee and an outside employee sexing each other up, they can't really do anything about that. My work can't tell me who I can and cannot have sex with. But the NFL can tell you if you're giving information away that's not supposed to be given away, that, hey, homeboy, that there's not allowed.
Exactly. So we're all here for it, and the fact that McAfee doesn't talk about it, the fact that WEI is losing people.
Isn't McAfee, he's like the bro of
he's the
sports
number
talk,
one
right?
guy to do it.
He's bro sports talk guy.
Yes. And
this is right up his alley.
What's who's the Barstool guy? What's his name?
Portnoy.
What's his name, Kev?
Portnoy.
The Barstool guy.
Portnoy. David Portnoy.
Yep.
It's Portnoy?
Yep.
He's crying like a baby. To leave him alone.
He
Leave
got mad
Britney
at
alone.
TMZ for asking Mike Vrabel questions at the airport.
Yeah.
When I'm like, Barstool is TMZ just with a piece of pizza.
Yes. But what if this was a Jets head coach?
Right.
He'd be like, this is a controversy. Remember when he said kill Pete Carroll? Like, seriously, Portnoy.
What if it was Mike McDonald that got caught sexing up an NFL reporter and they just won the Super Bowl?
They should have won the Super Bowl. The Patriots. It's just because he's a Patriots honk. So I love the fact that Portnoy hates this. I love the fact that ESPN pretty much is telling people don't talk about this. Like, I love that, dude. Like, tell us don't talk about us because we're going to talk about it.
Portnoy and others, like, if you haven't discovered what trolls are trying to do on the internet and they keep getting you over and over, it's probably a little bit on you just as much as it is on them.
Yes. I told you I had bangers today.
Yeah.
I got another one.
How about another one?
I just think we were prepared. You know, one thing my trainer, he told me, he said, what did he say? He just told us to be prepared.
I love that guy so much.
Okay, 2 questions for you before I get into this.
Okay.
Do you remember Jamiroquai?
The singer?
The band, yeah. It's actually a band, Jamiroquai. The lead singer is JK. But do you remember, like, Canned Heat? I think we all remember Canned Heat. Kev, I don't know if you can pull up Canned Heat, Jamiroquai.
Weren't they a symbol? Was that them?
No, that was Prince.
That was Prince, okay.
He had the funny hat, the little fuzzy hat, and he was dancing. And it's a clean song, Kev. It's Canned Heat by Jamiroquai. Anyway, we all remember Jamiroquai, right? Now, the second question.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Do you remember Winona Ryder?
Yeah. Remember. Never forgot.
Do you love her?
I'm a big fan, yeah.
I'm a big fan as well. Well, today I learned, and this story had been out there from an interview from 20 years ago, because Winona Ryder is all over my Twitter feed now.
Well,
and I love it.
She was in Stranger Things, too. And it
yes,
popped
exactly.
again,
And I absolutely love it. I think she's a fantastic actress. She's obviously beautiful, like all these sorts of things. So in this interview that was dug up from 20 years ago, and I remember when it happened, and then thinking, like, that's strange. And then it just rejogged my memory with all this Winona Ryder stuff on my timeline. The lead singer of the band Jamiroquai, JK, once broke up with Winona Ryder because she had endowments that were too big and she wanted to have sex way too often.
What is wrong with this person?
Here's a quote from Jamiroquai. I'm just calling him Jamiroquai because that's what I always thought that was his name.
Anyway. Rabel's like, what a wuss.
She has, nice things and bigger than they seem on screen.
Nice things, fun things.
She had this habit of constantly dragging me into bed. It was exhausting. Close quote.
Wow. Poor guy.
So this guy can dance on the ceiling.
Right.
He can dance up a storm.
I hope he was able to live.
It's actually a pretty good song. I don't mind a little bit of Jamiroquai.
right.
A little bit of Jamiroquai goes a long way for me. But he broke up with... Waiter, my steak is too juicy and delicious. Do something about it. He broke up with Winona Ryder because she was too beautiful and wanted to get in the sack all the time.
It's like telling the cashier, oh, you gave me an extra 20. Here, take that back. You gave me an extra 20 when you were returning the change. What are you doing?
What are you doing, Jamiroquai?
What are you doing, Jamiroquai?
Yeah, so now, because of this story, and I knew about this story, I just got reminded of it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I actually don't like Jamiroquai.
Yeah, it makes me
This
respect him
is a great song.
less. This is a good song.
Look at Kev watching the video. He's like, this is so...
You like the song, Kev?
All right, is it catchy, Kev?
Yeah, I've heard this one.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say, have you heard
Yeah.
Jamiroquai? Yeah.
See, even in Stranger Things, I was Hop and Winona Ryder, whatever her character name was. Like, I was like, he doesn't
Hop
deserve
and the
her.
other, lady. Yeah,
I'm
lady.
like, she's too nice for him. Like, and now Jamiroquai telling me more about her.
I know.
Hop definitely didn't deserve her at
Yeah,
this point.
Hop was out of his
Way
out of his league.
Yeah.
He was over. Hop was like David Adam when coaching the Nuggets.
Yeah,
way
that's
over his
exactly right.
skis.
Dude, Jamiroquai, I don't respect him anymore. Even the musical talent that was there, you can't say that stuff.
Yes, and I got another banger.
One more. All
Super
right.
super
How about
quick.
this one?
Super quick.
That's what Winona was saying.
That's. And Jamiroquai's like, enough, uncle.
Yeah, she was saying over and over, and he was saying,
No.
Okay, I don't know this cat, but he does radio in Pittsburgh,
Okay.
and he's giving conspiracy theorists a bad name. From 93.7 The Fan. Is everything The Fan? Husband
much.
to Amanda, Stella, and Gino's dad. Dog dad to Cammie and Poppy. So Andrew Filipino on Twitter says, conspiracy theory. Bo Nix's injury is worse than originally feared, and now the Steelers are worried that Aaron Rodgers might weigh an offer from the Broncos, thus the tender offer yesterday to protect themselves, because they did the whole, like J.K. Dobbins with the Chargers of like, hey, if you sign with another team, we get a say.
which you said last year, that's so unusual for
It's
teams
very
to
unusual. Now the Steelers have done it with Aaron Rodgers. But as a conspiracy theorist, Kev, I need one more thing, my theme song, of course. But as a guy that wears the tinfoil hat proudly, Andrew Filipino, you're giving us a bad name, dude. Come on, girl. What are you doing, girl?
Yeah.
This is a terrible idea. This is a terrible thought. Terrible. You can't just throw crap at the wall and say, that's my conspiracy theory. That's actually not conspirare with the same spirit. That's the word, conspirare. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's just stupid. The Bo Nix injury is not worse than originally thought. The recovery is not worse than originally thought. The Broncos have, let me check, 0% interest, 0.0% interest in Aaron Rodgers now. I just stop. This gives tinfoil hat people a bad name. So Andrew Filipino, girl, come on, do this different.
I mean, dude, the draft just happened. It was in your city, and this is the stuff you're throwing at the wall? You're a radio host. You can't come up with something better than this?
This is what happens when the Steelers have a dog crap draft like they
I guess
did.
so. You can't come up with something better than this? You just hosted a draft 3 days ago?
Hey, what about Drew Aller and Will Howard in the same
Yeah.
quarterback room, everybody?
God.
Like, that's going to work. So, Steelers radio, I think they need something to talk about in Pittsburgh.
And by the way, Pittsburgh, no one's interested in your garbage-ass, beat-up quarterback that can't do anything in the NFL anymore.
Yeah.
We've got Bo Nix. We're good, buddy.
Yeah. You
We're
think
good.
Greg Penner would have any interest in
No.
Aaron Rodgers? 0.0.
I told you yesterday, it's pathetic that the Rudies are letting him do this to that organization. You're better than Aaron Rodgers, Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, that's fun. Good stuff on Check Your X. I'm going to be singing Real Men of Genius the rest of the day. Let's get into our lunch hour. The Avs practice is underway. They're still awaiting their round 2 opponent. We're a game closer. We'll tell you about that, how we're feeling, plus a update, conversation about where Payton Watson is with his hamstring injury is coming at you next.
Season on the line. Denver answered. The Nuggets unleashed a dominant blowout on Minnesota, refusing to go home. With the defense locked in and the offense flowing, Ballerina was rocking. Now it shifts north. Game 6, Nuggets, Timberwolves, Thursday night in Minneapolis. Can Denver finish the fight and force a Game 7? Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda weight loss, and I am never going back. Soda weight loss now. SodaDietAndNutrition.com, and thank them very much for getting my swagger back, my confidence back. I look and feel 10 years younger, all thanks to soda, and all thanks to learning how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. This is real weight loss done the right way. It's Soda Weight Loss. Soda, Diet, and Nutrition.com. 866-800-SODA. You can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. And right now, you can join, and your partner joins free. That's 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. Real food, real results. There's no mystery pills, no mystery injections. You've got a real nutritionist that is available via text to answer your questions, concerns, and then just give you straight up encouragement sometime through your weight loss journey. And now down 60 pounds and never going back. I can thank the people at Soda, and I love them so much. You'll love them as well. Soda, Diet, and Nutrition.com, online, 866-800-SODA. It's Soda Weight Loss. SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040. Really proud of this case that we just settled. There was a young man very seriously injured. In fact, I had to go to the hospital and meet with him and his family. And we checked with the insurance companies while I was at the hospital, and they claimed no insurance coverage on either side. And on top of that, he had no medical insurance. So he was going to be facing about $400,000 in medical bills. And I said to the family, I said, I cannot make you any promises, but I know no other lawyer is going to touch this case because the insurance companies say they won't pay. But I want to try. Let me at least try. And I put my team at 303 Law 4040 on it, and they found $75,000 in insurance coverage that the insurance companies did not want to pay. So not only did we get them $75,000, but we also found a way to get them on Medicaid. So the $400,000 in bills was covered by medical insurance as well. We were proud. We fought for them. We'll fight just as hard for you if you ever need us. The number is 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need us. It's 303 Law 4040.
At some point, you stop calling it pain and start calling it just how I am now. And that's not okay. And deep down, you know it. I'd love to lead you back to the normal you, the one who is active and carefree. So let's get started now with an introduction to the medical team at QC Kinetics and their long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain. They're helping patients with pain from arthritis or injury in their knees, shoulder, hips, and lower back. And now they're moving, sleeping, golfing, running without surgery or long recoveries. The science is real. The treatments are natural. Your body already knows how to heal. QC Kinetics finally gives it the right tools. No operating room, no hardware, no watching summer come and go from a recliner. And now's the time, because the longer inflammation sits, the more damage it does. So this isn't a I'll get around to it situation. Right now is the right time, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. QC Kinetics, better starts here. Schedule your free consultation by calling 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986 with locations in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and the Springs. It is QC Kinetics.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The
entire YouTube chat is now against Jamiroquai.
Creaky said it. That they could use my team's help over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Could get Jamiroquai right back in mode.
Yeah. They're blasting on Jamiroquai and the little guy across the street, which, of course, is
nice.
always fun. Yeah.
We love that.
Yeah, YouTube chat's on it today.
Fire up the YouTube chat and enjoy that going on right now. Still want to hear from you guys. Again, Tribe roll call, Trucker roll call. It's going all show long. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck?
Yes.
Who are you? Where are you? What you hauling? If you're one of the truckers that make this world go round, let us give you, your company, your route, a shout out here on the show. 303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line. Same deal at youtube.com/DenverSports. Get in, hit the Dover and Cecil stream. You got another click in there. Hit us up with the subscribe button. It'll go a long way. All right, we got a bunch to do here. We're going to talk about Payton. We're going to talk about the Avs. Before we get into either of those, Cecil, the story up at DenverSports.com about one Bo Nix and his ankle. A follow-up procedure. That's what they're calling it. A minor kind of cleanup procedure that they're trying to sell as a was expected, is standard, no harm, no foul here. Everything is all good. He was just walking all around Augusta at the Masters, and that was reported with all the pitch and incline and hills that he was walking just fine, hanging out with Drake May out there. And then, of course, the reports of playing some hoops over at a local high school, and not like running, but just getting a little run in and putting some shots up. But then has the ankle surgery. So, Cease, your mind, is this a, hey, all good? It's April 29th, or all right, how many ankle surgeries are we going to talk about before Bo Nix signs his second contract?
Right, and when the Broncos called everybody to correct Sean Payton, essentially, why didn't they also say, like, hey, there's going to be a second surgery? If this was something we had already known about, of like, hey, this is just standard procedure, don't oh, God. Kevin, please save my job, Kevin Kistner. Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and listen, I'm the tinfoil hat guy. I don't think this is any sort of tinfoil hat. I just think there should have been more clarity in an already unclear situation. A situation that's so unclear that even their head coach speaks wrongly about it. That's what happened. There's a reason why the Broncos called all of us. Mm-hmm. And the reason why is Sean Payton said something wrong. So the record was corrected. We helped correct that record. Sean himself, even at the combine, going after our guy Mike Kliss, like, Mike said that. Mike said that. No, Coach, you said that. It's okay. You want to blame Mike Kliss, but you said that, right? So had this been something early on, it said, hey, Bo has this surgery. It's because of some hardware. They're going to go in and they're going to take out that temporary hardware. If they say stuff like that, baby, this is a non-issue. Mm-hmm. This is zero story, 0% zero, not a story, not really talking about it. We'd give it as an update. You know, hey, quick, I had a Bo Nix and that thing, bang, bang, bang. He's done, he's back, whatever.
Cleanup procedure, all good.
Exactly. But the fact that they didn't say that, and I don't need any of the team-friendly media being like, this totally wasn't. I agree with those guys. But because they are so team-friendly, I mean, they essentially blow bubbles at the Broncos team. And because of that, I can't really trust anything that's being reported. I mean, it's the propaganda that we get today in the media. It's just what happens. It happens in sports. It happens in real life. So it's like, I would have much rather just heard this initially, and then I'd feel better about it right now. Do I think that it is part of the procedure? Yes. Do I think that this was planned? Yes. Do I think this was minor? Yes. I believe all those things. I just don't need the team and all the lackeys going out of their way to be like, no, guys. It's the whole I know better than you type thing. Mm-hmm. People can think. At least I hope we're thinking. I'm a fan of critical thinking. It's why I like looking at things from a different angle. Everyone out there think about this critically. The Broncos, from a PR standpoint, could have handled this much, much better and said, hey, there's a second thing coming. It's just a cleanup. Not a big deal. We could have been talking about that in, February or whatever.
And then it's exactly what you said. Hey, successful cleanup surgery. Bo Nix is in line to return at the latest at training camp,
right?
And he'll be limited during OTAs. End of story, end of discussion. But it's like I said, man, when all of this came about and he hurt himself originally and had to miss the AFC Championship game, you go, all right, an ankle injury. He's a football player. It's going to happen. Oh, there might have been more. Oh, and now there's another. We're talking again about multiple ankle surgeries on what we believe is the franchise quarterback before he signs a second deal. That part of it, when described as such, is a little worrisome. Now, the other part of it and how I'm choosing to look at it as football player, broke his ankle, has to have cleanup in April so that he might be able to participate in OTAs and 100% availability in training camp. No harm, no foul. Guys play football. They're going to break stuff.
Right.
They're going to have surgeries, and then they're going to clean it up. I think you're nailing it here. Tell us about it so it doesn't come as a, wait, what? For the fans and for the media.
Yeah, and I think there are 3 players in Denver sports that everything revolves. We have 3 planets in Denver, basically. We have Nikola Jokic, we have Nathan McKinnon, we have Bo Nix. Anything that involves them in the news cycle, we need as much clarity from the teams as possible. Usually, the Broncos are all over this stuff. Now, it seems like, because there's the speculation out there, it just seems like everybody's scrambling, and then the lackeys are piping up to say, like, no, it's not a big deal. Of course it's not a big deal. Why are you having to make it a big deal by saying it's not a big deal? I don't think this is a big deal, but it's definitely... I don't like the sniff test on this one.
Yeah.
Like, the sniff test is a little bit off because I know the Broncos. I know them personally. I respect them so much. PR-wise, they're the best PR in all the NFL.
Dude, and it's not even close how better they are than the rest of the city's
Yeah,
PR
exactly.
team.
Exactly. But you all dropped the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And you dropped the ball because we should have known about this second procedure. Usually it does happen. So, again, this is not a shock. It's not a surprise. I believe the story to be as true as reported. But I also don't like the way it was presented to us.
Yeah. PR power rankings. Broncos.
A mile.
Avs.
Rockies,
a
mile.
Rockies, Nuggets.
Rockies, Nuggets. Yeah.
That's the PR power rankings here in the city.
Yeah.
Their off-season workouts. So Luca Evans has it out on his Twitter account. The Denver Post beat writer. OTA workouts begin June 2nd through the 4th, and they'll go again June 9th through 11th. Mandatory minicamp is the 16th through the 18th. That's in the month of June. Rookie minicamp's going to happen next weekend between May 8th and May 10th. Obviously, Bo not a part of that first one. But starting on June 2nd, June 4th, and again June 9th through 11th. That's just off-season workouts. Refresh my memory, Cease. That's literally working out, lifting weights and running, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing where Sean does it early. Until we get to mandatory minicamp, you're really not going to see much football. So rookie minicamp, you'll see some football, and
So
you'll
Bo
get to see that
will
rookie class.
Some working out, some rehab on the ankle.
Sure, yeah.
And then by June 16th, maybe participate on the field.
Who was it, Kev? There was somebody that had the report. It was Luca or somebody, Parker maybe, somebody that said, hey, the Broncos could add like a veteran quarterback just as a camp arm. I can't remember who had that. I want to.
Chris.
Was it Chris? Chris Thomason, our guy, OG. How can I forget the OG? He's the best ever, Chris Thomason. I love that guy. So, like, okay, there's going to be a veteran arm added. And by the way, speaking of getting ahead of stuff, when they add insert name here, it's not because Bo Nix had a second procedure. It's not because of blah, 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 blah. This Aaron Rodgers thing is stupid because
So
Aaron Rodgers
dumb.
is a drama king,
So
queen,
stupid.
whatever, and it's annoying. It's a pain in the backside. And this whole Bo Nix thing can be really frustrating because I don't believe the Broncos handled it right. They should have told us there was a second thing, and then we would think this is not a big deal. The fact that you're doing retroactively, especially after we know he was walking around the Masters, after we know he was playing basketball at Valor, like, it's not a good look. And I expect better from the Broncos.
I didn't see the Thomason report, but that's actually good news.
Yeah.
That means they know Stidham ain't it. And don't give me Sam Ellinger because he hasn't been it either and won't be it.
I was so
That's good
excited.
news.
I was like, could they sign a good veteran, please? Like, can you actually get somebody good that's there to push Stidham? And, oh, God, I haven't told you this yet.
Uh-oh.
We're in the trust tree, right?
Yeah, always.
Okay, so for whatever reason this morning, and it was this morning, I'm getting up, brush the teeth, some, wonderful cologne, all that kind of stuff. I'm thinking about Davis Mills.
What?
I have no idea why.
How did that happen?
But I was thinking about C.J. Stroud.
I like Davis Mills, by the way.
I was recovering and regrouping through the entire draft. So I look at what the Texans did, and I just happened to be this morning brushing my teeth, whatever, and I was thinking about the Texans draft, and they put everything defensively, and look at what they've done defensively. It's awesome. And then I thought,
you need a vacation.
Yeah. I was like, okay, C.J. Stroud, is he the thing, or is he taking it downhill? Like, I know some stuff about Stroud behind the scenes. He asked for too much responsibility. He got it, and then he crapped the bed. So did they take some of that away from him? And then I think of Davis Mills. And I thought, when the Broncos beat him, and then you guys just beat up Davis Mills. Davis Mills is actually a good, backup quarterback. And then I thought immediately after that, my very next thought was, why can't the Broncos have somebody like that?
Davis Mills, like what Sean tried to sell us, that could start on other teams with Stidham.
Yeah.
Davis actually could do that.
If you had Davis Mills in the AFC Championship game, he doesn't wet the bed like Jarrett Stidham and do a chest pass.
I think Davis Mills is a better quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa. And look how much money that dude's got coming his way.
So I'm saying, is there an option, and I do need a break, think about Davis Mills.
During your teeth brushing time.
Hey, what about Davis Mills, everybody? I think you do need that extra arm, not only because Bo's going to be working out and not really throwing much, but it's like I would love someone to take Jarrett Stidham's job. Sorry, I know that's mean, and Jarrett's friends with Bo, and Sean loves Jarrett Stidham. I can't trust him now. I can't trust him. And by the way, that's one of those things. It's not like Jarrett Stidham is a second-year guy. It's like, okay, kid, whatever, dumb mistake. How long's he been in the league? He's been in the league forever, and he's making plays like that in the most important game for the Broncos. I can't trust him. And to quote Sam Kinison, but cleaning it up for radio, if you don't trust the backup quarterback, why are you playing the backup quarterback? I don't want Jarrett Stidham here. So if they get an arm that actually turns out to be like, oh no, this Carson Wentz or Ryan Tannehill, whoever, like actually that's a pretty good option, and he beats out Jarrett Stidham, I say good.
Mm-hmm. I told you before, there's only a couple of quarterbacks that you go, all right, guy went down, we're still okay. I think Davis Mills would want to be those. I told you Marcus Mariota was one, although he got taken off the board. But yeah, it's if your quarterback goes down, very, very tough for you to remain competitive. Real fast, before we get into the Avs and what the Nuggets are doing, Kevin went back and found it. All right, how worried should we be that there's a second surgery on Bo's ankle after this is how Bo described what this would look like?
Yeah, it was a very quick procedure, very easy operation, just a simple bone break. Got that fixed up, great surgeon, great care, and, just right back on my road to recovery. So a typical, bone break, 4 to 6 weeks. I'll be back training, ready to roll. And a lot of you hear a lot of different weeks and speculation out there when something like this happens. And unfortunately, you don't get to hear from me for a while. But it'll be absolutely no issue this offseason. I'll be able to actually start training back at the same time I was going to start training. So don't miss any time there. Going to have a good couple weeks getting literally my feet back underneath me and getting back ready to roll.
So, I mean, and the way he's describing it and the moment of countering what Sean said, that's Bo correcting Sean. If he was told by the doctor at that moment there was a cleanup procedure to be had, he would have shared it right there. And maybe that came after. Maybe it came because he went under the knife and there's a little more here than we thought there was via x-ray. And now we have to have it. But if Bo knew at that time, he would have shared.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't share. Best case thing, it's April. It's not that big of a deal right now.
Right.
But again, I'm something now that we have to monitor is our franchise quarterback going to have multiple ankle surgeries before he signs his second deal.
And what we're also going to have to monitor, and this is from McAfee, who's retweeted it, Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport said, I would expect Bo Nix to be ready for training camp or very close to training camp.
Very close. That's in July.
Yeah.
It's not May yet.
So I'm not predicting this, so please don't at me, bro. This is obviously a very sensitive subject. I don't believe that Bo Nix would start training camp on the pup, but it's one of those things like, is Bo Nix going to play in a preseason game? Is the next time we see Bo Nix week 1 of the regular season? It might be.
Yeah, and I don't like that. I want Bo and Davis to
I want Bo and
together.
Davis on time with the preseason, in the games, in training camp. I don't want training camp to come around and like, hey, Bo Nix was limited today, or, hey, Bo Nix is coming back and we're easing Bo Nix back in. I want them to be careful with Bo Nix, no doubt. But just selfishly, I want Bo Nix to have that nice summer preparation with Davis Webb because I think it can be great. I think Bo and Sean is one thing. You want to go to the next level? Bo and Davis Webb.
Mm-hmm.
That's what could take the Broncos to the next level. And I'm talking Super Bowls, plural.
Yeah, go get you another one of those jackets.
What's up with Bo Nix?
Yeah, it's got the Broncos
Kev
logo
would
on
never
it.
take this off. If this was like a Bo Nix Super Bowl that Bo won, because of course he's going to win when he goes to the Super Bowl. He's never going to lose the Super Bowl. Like, Kevin Kistner would live in this thing.
Yeah, that thing is sick, dude. Thing is sweet. kind of jealous, to be honest. Want to borrow it someday.
Hey, just look at the clearance rack. Yeah. NFL.com.
Got to keep an eye on that. All right, let's get into an Avs conversation. They're about an hour into their skate practicing today. Before we dive deep into it, playoffs are here. We're talking all about it for our favorite teams, and we want to get you hooked up with some gear. You have a chance at a $50 daily Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and a possible grand prize of $1,000 if you can hit us up with our keywords. You're listening for keywords every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. When you hear that word, text it to 303-713-1043. You'll have until the hour ends to do so. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you're giving yourself to win. For more information and complete rules of this contest, hit up our website. That's DenverSports.com/keyword. DenverSports.com/keyword. All right, Cecil, the Avs, they're practicing right now. Again, we all believe that this is Scott Wedgwood. I don't even know if that's the story anymore. It's Wedgwood's job, but the eyeballs at practice were yay or nay on Josh Manson, and it's a nay. No Josh Manson at practice. Everyone else is accounted for.
Yeah.
I don't know if we were expecting something else. It's all right, if this thing's going to start on like a Sunday or a Monday of next week, I think it's almost impossible to think he's going to be there for game 1. Best case scenario for me feels like it's a game 2.
Yeah, that's the perhaps best case scenario.
Yeah.
It just feels like game 1 you won't have Josh Manson out there, which means you're going to have to prove yourself, as they did in game 4. Remember in game 4, Nathan McKinnon's out there dropping his shoulder, right, showing that physicality and the toughness that this team has. So you rely on your Gabes more, right, your Gabe Landeskog's. You'll rely on the toughness that you'll need to send that message in game 1, because I don't think the Wild or the Stars would try to do what the Kings did. I don't think they would, especially Minnesota. Minnesota in that high-flying style, like, okay, we're probably going to see the Avs look more like the Avs. But if you did try to, for lack of a better term, goon it up against the Avs, all right, you're down Manson, one of your top, physical toughness, enforcer type guys. You'll have to respond to that and just get Manson healthy. That hit, that's one of those plays. Usually it's compound fractures when the bone breaks the skin. That type of stuff I never want to see. I don't even like to see it in real time. But I don't want to see it. The college basketball tournament a few years ago, that kid put his leg up and it's like hanging down. Like, I don't want to see that. You've experienced that.
Yeah, my femur bone sheared through my leg.
Yeah, I don't want to even think about that. So with the Manson hit, it was not as bad as a compound fracture, but it was just so violent, and the way he got bent over that railing, like, okay, I don't want to see him get hit like that, because that had to hurt, whatever the case may be, whatever the injury is.
It's almost, now look, it's his body, and obviously it's easy for me to talk about other guys' injuries when I don't have to deal with it. Even if he misses game 2 and you get a guy like, it's just going to be so much more. Blankenberg's a liability out there to fill in for Josh Manson. He's just not that. He's so much smaller.
He's like a punching bag out there for everybody.
You have to cover for him on the back end rather than allow him to jump up into offensive zones. But I was going to say, if you were to get a guy like Josh Manson back for games 3 and 4 in Minnesota or Dallas, wherever games 3 or 4 may be in round 2, that's just such an extra boost of like, I got to go counter the road game, but I get a Josh Manson back. They'll cross that bridge and they get to it. The sooner the better for Josh Manson to come back and play.
Yeah, the sooner the better. This team has proven that they can get by without him, so I trust that they will do that as we wait for the end of the series between Minnesota and Dallas. And for me, because I love the chaos, just take it to 7. Not that I'm rooting for Dallas, because I would never root for Dallas. I can't stand the Stars. Our hockey lady, Mel, was making fun of Mikko because he hasn't had an even strength goal since March.
Wow.
Mikko hasn't had an even strength goal since March.
Damn.
So
I mean, he did miss some time, but that's still a decent chunk.
But Mel's going at him, and it's like, okay, here comes another postseason collapse for Mikko. All right, that's cool. I still wanted to go 7 just because they'll be more tired, whoever comes out of that round to face off against our beloved Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah. By the way, just going back to Bo real quick, one of our texters, throw your name in here. It's a good text, 720-635. Davis Webb should call plays and be the backup quarterback. He's better than Stidham, says the texter.
That's not that far out of the realm of truth.
I probably trust Davis a little bit more than I would. He ain't trespassing to nobody in an AFC Championship game.
No, not at all.
That's 100% true. All right, so the Wild up in that series. We'll know what it looks like by weekend's end, who will be the round 2 opponent. I'm with you, though. Keep beating the heck out of each other. Keep that series as long as you can and limp into round 2 against the Colorado Avalanche. We will be checking in with our boy Will Peterson coming up in the 1 o'clock hour at some point. Cease, he was out or is out right now there at Avskate and practice, so we'll pick his brain on all things going down. Jared Bednar is going to talk to some of the media here real quick. So we'll fill you in as to what that is, and then will break it down with what that was. It is a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday, so you can hit us up with your Don't Be That Guys, Don't Be That Gals at 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Like we said, put your name on the end of every one of your texts, or watch the show and participate over at youtube.com. It's youtube.com/DenverSports. Inside that Dover and Cecil stream, click it, you're in. Crew up with the folks there, and if you got another click in there, hit subscribe for us. It will go a long, long way. All right, Cease, we will get into another Broncos conversation. They had 7 picks. Who in that locker room should be on alert after they made those 7 picks? We'll tell you coming up next.
Most teams are lucky to have one Conn Smythe contender. The Avalanche may have 3. They win it! Nathan McKinnon playing like a human highlight reel. Cale Makar turning every shift into a masterclass. And Scott Wedgwood stacking a playoff resume that would be headline material anywhere else. Colorado doesn't just have stars. They have 3 legitimate playoff MVP candidates. And if even one of them hits that next gear, the Cup road gets a whole lot shorter. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Cecil Amy here for my friends at Window Nation. Online, you can find them at windownation.com. And springtime is here. What a great time to open new windows, unless they're broken and they don't open easily or they need repainting again. Replace those older builder grade windows with new windows from my friends, windownation.com. It's Colorado, baby. You want the best glass that you possibly can when you have these beautiful vistas, no matter where you live, the beautiful foothills of Roxborough. See, I said foothills, Drew. So, like, wherever you live, downtown, you want that glass space to be maximized. That's why you need new windows from my friends, windownation.com. And hurry up. They've got a sale going on right now that you need to check out and can help you get those windows that you need for your home. And investing in your home, it's one of the absolute best investments you can make. So online, windownation.com. Of course, they're trusted by the BBB. I want you to check them out online. And don't wait to fix your window problems. Schedule your fast free estimate now and your fast free consultation now with my friends, windownation.com.
Now is the best time to buy. Get ahead of the competition and get the deal you want on the home you really want. Maximize your savings with lowest rate for life, and if the market does improve, we can save you money without any additional lender fees or appraisal fees. We're here for you today and tomorrow and celebrating 30 years of helping homeowners with expanded approvals, low rates, credit improvements, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303-LOW-RATE.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126. Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Max HELOC is a game changer and can lower your bill significantly without affecting your current loan. How much savings depends on your unique situation, but you could borrow $250,000 with a payment option as low as $495 a month. Consolidate your debts and make life a lot easier. We make it easy to save, and you don't need perfect credit either. U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all, 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
You know who owns Sunrise Flour Mill? The farmers. Organic heritage wheat grown on Sunrise Flour Mill's Colorado farms. Milled fresh. Now available at your local King Soopers.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 101.
Conversation about draft class and where they are. Nugs and Avs coming at you in our fourth quarter, plus a conversation, as I said, with our buddy Will Peterson, who is out at Avs practice right now. We're going to talk about the messages that were sent by George Payton, his staff, by Sean Payton with his input on this draft class, and how many players were put on alert with the draft picks that were made. I mean, the easiest one to see is Evan Ingram, because you picked two different tight ends in this draft, and we all know that Evan was a huge disappointment. That's not an opinion. Evan would tell you that. Sean did tell us that. So that's the biggest one and the easiest to see. Cease, I don't think anybody was surprised that, one, they took one tight end, but them doubling down tells us, well, we're right in our feelings being concerned about who Evan Ingram is not.
Yeah, and I think that's a clear statement when the room is reshaped with two draft picks. And two draft picks that are very interesting, very different from each other. And Justin Jolie is clearly the F. And I can't remember who it was. It might have been like Mike Renner, a national draft analyst. Of course, Mike used to be with PFF. Said like, hey, if Justin Jolie was like half a second faster, he'd have been a first rounder. Baby, I don't need that. What I need to know is like, can he get open? Check. Can he catch? Check. Done. We got to stop with this obsession. And Mike's a friend, so I'm not saying that this was totally Mike's opinion, but I think he's the one that said that. This is something where I go, wait a second. You get open, you catch, you can move down the field, and you're a mismatch against linebackers. I like that. I don't care if he's a half a second faster. I like Justin Jolie a ton for this offense, for Bo Nix specifically. Middle of the field is back open, Bo. It's right there. It's going to be there with Jalen Waddle. It's going to be there with Davis Webb calling plays for Evan Ingram, and then Justin Jolie kind of on the come up. And then Dallin Bentley might be the better of the two. I'm not projecting that. Again, don't at me, bro. But it's like Bentley has that skill of a Brenton Strange, of a Tucker Kraft, where it's like you come into the league as a blocker, but actually you're kind of sneaky good as a receiver. And I mean to tell you, when I say the word Tucker Kraft, the name Tucker Kraft, if you're not a Packers fan or a fantasy GM, you may not know who he is. he's like low-key one of the best younger tight ends in the league.
You talked about him a lot because when he missed some time, it changes who Jordan Love was.
Exactly. And then even though they have Luke Musgrave, who I really appreciate, the Oregon State kid, like they weren't as good. So like Dallin Bentley, let's just put a pin in that. Maybe he turns into something. Maybe he doesn't. We're talking about a 7th-round pick. We're talking about a 7th-round pick that can play. Jolie can certainly play. So I like the structure of this Broncos tight end room. It means buy Lucas Kroll. Make your jokes now. Lucas Kroll's not going to be here long enough for you to make fun of me about him anymore. So it's like, okay, buy Lucas Kroll, buy whoever else they tight end position. Like it's going to be Adam Troutman, of course. It's going to be Evan Ingram. It's going to be Justin Jolie. And then we'll see if Bentley can make the 53. I think he could, honestly. Make Nate Atkins your fullback. I think somebody, Mike Kliss had it, like, Michael Burton loves football so much that he just signed a deal with the Saints or whoever.
Oh, really?
I was like, okay. That's Dover's guy, so he's gone. Just put Nate Atkins as your fullback.
He loves football so much. Why is he playing for free? Is he doing it for free? Is that how much he loves it?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, it's like I like that idea of having someone for that role, just not 8 guys for that role. It's interesting about the Jolie speed thing because he's doing it at North Carolina State. When you're watching game tape of him as a Wolf, what are they, the Wolf Pack? You're like, oh, He looks a little slow against that competition. What's it going to mean at this NFL level? But we could talk about leverage. You could talk about box outs, middle of the field, stopping and reading zone coverages, and make your impact that way as well. I also wanted to ask you, and I want to answer it and get the tribe involved, like percentage. How much do you believe? All right, Evan Ingram getting older. Last year of this contract, he wants one more of those things at the NFL level. How much of a chip on the shoulder is Evan, and Davis gets to play into that? Davis gets to be, I know. It was Sean's fault last year. It's not your fault. It's Sean's fault. You and me are going to figure this out together. And I hate that I'm about to ask you this, but are we completely giving up on Evan Ingram because of these draft picks, or is there still a somewhat of a runway for Ingram to show us, not going to say Joker, but show us he can be serviceable?
Yeah, give up on Evan Ingram at your own risk.
Okay.
I would say that.
That's fair.
Because I know he's very excited about Davis Webb calling plays, and I feel that Davis Webb is very excited to get him involved in the offense in a way that Sean Payton wouldn't. When he plays a career low 42% of the snaps, that's wrong. That's Evan Ingram. What are you doing? Sean Payton, girl, what are you doing?
That means they didn't trust him.
Why are you putting Adam Troutman out there? The dude can't block and can't catch. Now, he doesn't drop anything when he gets targets, but still, it's like, and I like Trout. I do, but like, I want playmakers, baby. I want Evan Ingram on the field, and I feel that he's going to have a chip on his shoulder to prove Sean wrong. And Davis might like the way that looks for this offense. Okay. And with more tempo coming, more tempo for Bo Nix. It's going to be a thing, getting rid of the ball quickly, getting it out of his hands. That means more playmakers. And with the middle of the field open with Jalen Waddle, with Evan Ingram, with Justin Jolie, I think that's where Bo Nix could really thrive this year and look different.
Are we looking at your dude, Jonah Coleman? I mean, Jolie's going to find the field. Is it just Jonah Coleman of these 7 players that are going to be involved heavily in what the offense looks like? And I say heavily as the whole season, not week 1, but like by the time we're done with the Broncos 2026 campaign, you're going to go, oh yeah, Jonah was a big part of this. Is he the only one?
Yeah, probably. And I'm okay with that based on them running it back, Sean, based on the team that they've built, what they've done, and then what they needed to do. What they needed to do was have that insurance when J.K. Dobbins was hurt, because he's going to get hurt again. And even if, and I would say J.K. probably knows this because as a running back, you live on the razor's edge. If J.K. Dobbins gets like a little hamstring, tiny little, miss a day, miss 2 days, worst case scenario, miss a week, you give Jonah Coleman an opportunity to win this job, he's going to take it, and you're never going to get it back.
Oh, and Waddle. I want to throw Waddle in here. I know it wasn't the pick, but there's 2 players that that weren't here and are now that'll make a major impact. Major Waddle
by a mile.
Significant Jonah Coleman.
Yeah, and definitely can be significant. I still believe as the Coleman guy, like he's their best back right now. He's not at the top of the depth chart, but all I'm just saying, I'm a race car in the red. Had to do that for Pulp Fiction. I'm just saying, if you are J.K. Dobbins, don't even sneeze wrong. You know how the players will run to the bathroom during training camp and to take a little bathroom break?
Yeah.
Hold it. If you're JK.
You don't want to lose a spot.
Take every rep, take every snap, take every opportunity, or else Jonah Coleman's going to take your job. Period.
Yeah, why don't you go pee your pants or something, right?
Hey, Mark Schlereth would. What do you got against peeing your pants? Stink would be out there in the huddle. They called him Stink for various reasons. He always tried to sell it as the stink heads, the Alaska thing, the delicatessen, right? Hey, let's have some fish heads.
Disgusting.
Somehow I feel Dr. Demento is involved in this, but like fish heads, roly-poly fish heads, for those non-Demento fans, like stink. No. You stunk because you'd poop and pee in your pants during a game. Mark Schlereth, that's why you stunk. Like, I love you. You have porcelain skin. I don't want to know from waist down, like waist up, Mark Schlereth. Man, I'd love to look like that, right? Waist up, Mark Schlereth. You got porcelain skin. You got the great chiseled face. So strong, so handsome, so beautiful. Dare I say gorgeous.
His face is stronger than any part of my body.
He's got the big muscles. He's got the big barrel chest. Below the waist, he's got no control.
Yeah, that's
Zero
exactly
control.
right. Yeah.
Get Dion off those Depends commercials, girl. Put Stink on there. Oh, wait. No, he did that on purpose.
That's right.
It wasn't bladder control problems. It was Stink being like, yeah, go ahead and block me.
Yeah.
You're going to feel my soppy pants all over your face.
Good luck. Your hands are going to smell disgusting the rest of the day.
Yeah, if he was a center.
Oh, dude. Dude, the balls come. Like, what the?
What's going on?
Schlereth.
Yes.
Good old Mark Schlereth.
Oh,
by the way, you said the term razor's edge.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the finishing move, the razor's edge, from wrestling back in the 90s?
I
Razor
believe so,
Ramon.
yes.
That turned into Scott Hall. He always had the toothpick. He'd say,
right.
Hey, yo. Dude, I razor's edged my sister and put her in the, what was Bret Hart's, the sharpshooter? I did that to my sister Kara more than anything I've ever done to her. The razor's edge, you just put her up and then slam her down onto the bed or whatever it was. Like the razor's edge, I gotta ask her about her memories of that because I feel like I did it daily from 1994 to 2001.
How are we not all like have more injuries based on the wrestling moves? I pile drove my cousin Robert.
Yeah.
When he was little, and I was little too. I was like 11 and he was like 7 or whatever. But I put him in a pile driver. Bam. Now it happened to be on a bed. We were playing wrestling in the room, so it's like. But I pile drove, and it's like, wow. His mom came in because he started crying.
Oh.
And I almost got in trouble, but I was like, don't say anything.
That was, you remember Wrestling Buddies?
Yeah.
The little pillows?
Yeah.
And so, like, I would wrestle them, but then if I were to get in trouble, I always leave the Nintendo one. You get in trouble, you're like, I'm taking your Wrestling Buddies away. I'm like, oh, well, I'm going to do it to Kara then. You pick a Kara or the Wrestling Buddies. It's up to you, Dad.
Oh, that's awesome.
What a life it was back in those days. You could put your sister in the sharpshooter and make her tap out. All right, Cecil, I want to get into that Nuggets conversation. We learned a little something on Shapiro and Piro yesterday. Jake Shapiro did some digging. We'll give you the latest on PY next.
Denver, a playoff city where the stakes are higher and the moments are bigger. As the Avalanche hit the ice and the Nuggets hit the court. DenverSports 104.3 The Fan is your home for complete playoff coverage. Every game, every series, every critical call. Broken down by the voices you trust. We don't just follow the playoffs. We live them, so you never miss a thing. DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. In a world where dealerships come and go, one name has stood the test of time. Bose and Celebration Chevrolet, proudly serving Colorado since 1987 as the longest owned Chevy dealer in the state. From a huge selection of new Chevys to quality pre-owned vehicles, plus a team committed to treating you right, it's no wonder generations of Colorado drivers keep coming back. To see all the specials, visit BozarthAuto.com today. Again, that's BozarthAuto.com. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet. Experience you trust, service you deserve since 1987.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040. Really proud of this case that we just settled. There was a young man very seriously injured. In fact, I had to go to the hospital and meet with him and his family. And we checked with the insurance companies while I was at the hospital, and they claimed no insurance coverage on either side. And on top of that, he had no medical insurance. So he was going to be facing about $400,000 in medical bills. And I said to the family, I said, I cannot make you any promises, but I know no other lawyer is going to touch this case because the insurance companies say they won't pay. But I want to try. Let me at least try. And I put my team at 303 Law 4040 on it, and they found $75,000 in insurance coverage that the insurance companies did not want to pay. So not only do we get them $75,000, but we also found a way to get them on Medicaid. So the $400,000 in bills was covered by medical insurance as well. We were proud. We fought for them. We'll fight just as hard for you if you ever need us. The number is 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need us. It's 303 Law 4040.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You'll get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. All with Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is icing. ICING. Text icing to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's icing to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, let's talk a little Nugs as we got a little update on one Payton Watson. It's not the update you're going to want, but it is some new news when it comes to PY and his availability or lack thereof for the Denver Broncos as they try to survive, even advance maybe, against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Game 6 is coming up tomorrow night at their barn, and hopeful that they can force a game number 7. Our buddy Jake Shapiro, who we know, we love, we certainly trust, made this report yesterday on Shapiro and Piro.
That's a great show.
It is a great show. Great set, great intro, great mustaches. Those guys are doing it right over there. Mm-hmm. Doing it right. Plus, Anila, you said it. You guys kind of have the same hair right now. really, really working.
Yeah,
looking
it's
good.
got the flow.
Jake Shapiro said he did his work, his due diligence. He asked a couple of folks. He found out Payton Watson's really hurt, guys. He is dealing with that hamstring injury that just won't go away, that, he re-aggravates, tries to come back. It lingers. He re-aggravates, tries to come back. It's a wash, rinse, repeat cycle for one Payton Watson. So that's the first report from Jake. He also said that the Nuggets want him back. They want him back on another contract, and that he and his camp are not necessarily 100% against that. So, Cecil, my question to you, Kevin, my question to you, Tribe, my question to y'all, are we buying what Jake's selling?
Yeah, because Jake's going to find out the truth. If there was anything that was a little crossways with this, where it's like some information that perhaps Payton Watson's camp didn't necessarily want out there, perhaps the Nuggets didn't want out there, Jake would find it and he would report it.
Yep.
That's what he would do because he's a true journalist. So because of that, I can take his word as pretty much the gospel when it comes to pretty much anything that he sinks his teeth into. So with this situation, I'm very happy that he's really hurt because I don't like the idea, and I've said it on this show anyway, and I believe it to be true, so it's worth repeating. If you're healthy enough to play, yet you're not playing because of your future bag, I don't want you on this team. And perhaps that's selfish because we know these players, there's a limited window where they can make that money. NBA, it's a little bit different than football because it's fully guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
He's fully guaranteed going to get $100 million
Fully,
plus.
man.
Fully, man. So because of that, Payton Watson, if you're healthy enough, get out there, man. It's nice to know that he is legitimately injured, and it's nice to know that, hey, he would love to be out there to help out his team because imagine the frustration then. The conversation becomes different based on Jake's news. Based on Shapiro's news and information, look at the conversation now. The conversation is, oh, my God, these guys are getting work. They're not tough. They lack physicality. They're a bunch of babies out there. If you're Payton Watson, imagine him right now. Seeing your team getting punked, knowing that you could help and you can't help. That's got to be immensely frustrating for him. So if the Nuggets want to keep him around long term, okay, let's have that conversation. I'm glad that we at least know this is a legitimate injury and one that's going to require however long to heal.
Yeah, it's, and you sort of hinted on this of like, it's in a weird way, it's nice to know. You're like, wait, you're happy? No, I'm not happy, but it's refreshing of like, he's not making the ultimate selfish decision for this team.
Right.
And I don't blame Payton Watson. Like I said, I don't like what we thought it might be, but I would understand it. I understand completely leverage and what you have to do. Basketball, hell, sports. See, so this is the dirty secret in the sports world. Business is first. Business is second. Business is third. And then winning gets a part of the equation. They like to twist it, but it's really that.
Yep.
And then you go, all right, are they going to get past Minnesota? And then what does it look like in round 2? And then I just can't help it because I told you yesterday I'm a Nuggets fan before I'm a radio host. I go, man, am I going to talk myself into round 2 gets here, Payton becomes available, Aaron's a little bit more closer to 100%, at least stepping in the right direction. Can this team return to form with those guys right and look like a title contender again? Right now, it's a no. But it's an unknown if you get those guys back at a 90% clip or better health-wise.
Right, and that's the thing. You see what the plan was. The weakest part of the plan is David Adelman. That's the thing. Like, I appreciate what the Nuggets can bring to the court, and if they play their best basketball, they are a team, and there's not many of them, but they are one of the very small handful of teams that can beat OKC in a 7-game series, and it would take 7 to do that.
Yeah.
Because OKC is out of control when they're on point. And it's not even really the foul chasing that SGA does flopping around out there like a baby floating in the wind. But it's like that's a team in the Thunder that you can have a lot of respect for, that is incredibly tough to beat. The Nuggets can do it. That's rare. That's very rare. That's the type of team that the Thunder is. Again, minus the foul chasing. That's who they are. The Nuggets could take them down if everything was right.
Mm-hmm. Did you see God, I hate that I'm bringing this up. Did you see what SGA posted on Instagram about sweeping They swept the Suns. The Suns suck, and they're not going to be getting good for a while. But Dylan Brooks is on Phoenix, and everybody hates Dylan Brooks. SGA, I'll paraphrase of like, hey, when the dust settles and the dust is up from the brooms being busted out or whatever he said.
Huh?
He's like, it turns out I'm the villain. Like, he's like saying, I'm the villain. You're not the villain, Dylan, that you think you are.
Okay.
I'm the villain that keeps sending you guys home. I saw it. They showed it on SportsCenter last night when I was watching it, and I'm like, damn it. I hate that that's cool. I hate that that's awesome, and I wish our guys would do stuff like that because I hate that guy. But it was a pretty cool little, hey, IG blast, bleep you, Dylan Brooks.
I go back to SGA early in his career, and he wasn't this player. Now, he wasn't as good, but he also wasn't flopping and flying around out there. I honestly wish he was kind of like he used to be. Like, that's a talent and that's a skill. And I don't mind, like I said about Ant, I can't stand Minnesota. Like, I hate the Timberwolves. I hate the Wild. The Vikings are pathetic losers, so that doesn't matter. But it's like, I love Anthony Edwards. I love his game. SGA, like old SGA, that's a really good basketball player. And then he figured out the system.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can work the system. I can game the system. And, I mean, hey, give him credit. They're not changing anything.
He's just the guy doing it right now.
Yeah.
But James Harden did this before him.
Exactly.
And it's just, I get it. I hate it that they found a way to manipulate the rules and kind of cut corners to get buckets.
Right.
I hate that. But it's what James did, and it won of MVPs. It's what Shea's doing. It's one of an MVP and a championship.
Yeah, and probably on track for another one. So
another MVP, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there.
The other note in basketball, did you see this in the NCAA? They're expanding the tournament. 76 teams are now going to be invited. Just got to give out more blue ribbons, guys. 76 teams are going to be in it. The only thing that's really going to change for us as viewers is, those first 4 games that no one watches unless it's your alma mater? There'll be 12 of them now. So it'll be 12 games that no one watches unless it's your alma mater. It was 8 teams fighting for those final spots. Now it's going to be 24 teams fighting for those final spots. I don't think it's the right move. I don't know that it was necessarily broke. We both talked about during this run of March Madness of how it felt like people were less engaged with it. Adding schools, I don't think is going to help. And like I said, all right, you're going to add these 12 games, these first 12 play-in games. I'm the biggest hoops. Me and Zach are the biggest hoop heads on this station. I don't know what Zach does in free time, but I don't watch those games because they don't matter.
Last year, the NFL draft jumped the shark, as much as I love it. And as much as I've called March Madness the greatest sporting event that we get as sports fan in the entire calendar year, I then must merely ask the question, with more teams added to an already diluted product where guys just, we don't have the schools that stay together. We don't have the freshmen who then become that junior team that's really tough to deal with. Has March Madness jumped the shark?
This year it felt like it.
Everyone does brackets, and it's, I don't know, are brackets cool anymore? It always seems to be the chucklehead who has no idea what's going on.
I just pick mascots.
It seems to be that.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be that person that wins the bracket. So it's like, okay, cool amongst your friends, I guess. Cool at the office. It just seems like one of those work things that they try to do. Remember, everybody, that Friday is casual wear day, so you can wear Hawaiian shirt Friday.
Hawaiian shirt Friday.
I feel like Lumberg.
Everybody participate.
Hey, Lumberg got there.
Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like.
Lumberg. Lumberg!
All right, let's get into hour 4. We like to call it quarter 4, and we're going to kick it off finding out what went down at Avs practice today. Our boy Will Peterson's joining us next.
Everyone talks stars in Nuggets Wolves, but this series might swing on the other guys.
Who are these guys?
The shooters in the corners, the bigs off the bench, the defenders who only get one shot to change a game, one timely 3, one loose ball dive. In a series this close, the margins decide everything. And the margins where numbers you don't always notice. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hello?
Hey, sis. Got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Housekeeping and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
You recognize the name Valerie Bertinelli. She rose to fame starring in the television show One Day at a Time, winning 2 Golden Globes. Today, she's 65 and opening up about what she's learned in life. My name is Glenn Jamron. I'm the chairman of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Valerie reveals in her new book and People magazine cover article that today she loves her life. She's let go of the notion of living for others at the expense of herself. She feels free. Valerie's life lessons can benefit us all. Yes, it's nice when others approve of us, but when that approval attacks the essence of who we are, it simply doesn't work. I realize it feels odd to have a bank talk like this, but that's what friends do. A commitment to one another. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at WindowNation.com. Listen, in Colorado, we get different types of weather all the time. So whether your cold air is escaping or your warm air is escaping, your windows are likely to blame. And getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. And during the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During these uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit WindowNation.com now to book a consultation.
The playoffs bring out the teams that are built to last through pressure, intensity, and long nights on the ice. When you're bidding an electrical project, you don't want a regular season performer. You want a team with a 40-year winning record. That's Piper Electric. From commercial construction to EV charging, fire alarms, power distribution, and preventative maintenance, their electricians are safety-driven, highly skilled, and ready for complex environments. So when your project goes out for bids, choose the team built for the playoffs. Visit piperelectric.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Want to pick your brain on what was going down there. First up, injuries. Josh Manson, the only name to talk about, but what is the latest on his injury from Jared Bednar?
Yeah, so we didn't see Josh Manson in practice today, which is not a huge surprise. I mean, the earliest the Avs can play is Saturday. It's still only Wednesday, so I don't think there was any panic. But Jared Bednar said no updates, still day to day on Josh Manson, which honestly, we have heard Bednar pull the week-to-week card before or kind of the non-update. So day-to-day, to me, fellas, is a really good sign because Josh is a veteran. He won a cup with this team 4 years ago. he could not practice between now and game one, and I don't think any Avs fans would have a problem with him being back on the ice in game one. So that was the only update, and honestly, that's the benefit of sweeping, fellas.
Yeah.
You don't have to talk about a ton of different injuries. Yeah. You had one guy, and he's a key guy, and he's just day-to-day. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that whenever game one is, Josh Manson will be on the ice.
Day-to-day is better than week-to-week. That is for damn sure. So with this Avs teams, there's the conversation of rust versus rest. What kind of feel did you get today watching them skate about the rust versus rest conversation?
Oh, they're all in on the rest, man. There was no wishy-washy on that. They said, we swept the Kings because we wanted to earn this time off, and it's good to have this time off our feet. They didn't practice all day Monday. They didn't practice all day Tuesday. Back there today, probably back there later in the week, and then we'll see when game one is. But no, an overwhelming reaction from talking with all the guys in the locker room that they're great with the rest. And honestly, I asked Nazem Kadri, I said, do you root for Dallas and Minnesota to go 7, or is it dangerous to be rooting this time of year? Because we know Minnesota can finish the Stars off on Thursday. And he said, I'm rooting for game 8. I'm rooting for game 9. And I was like, that's such a great answer from Naz. Great quote from one of the leaders on this team. They wish that Dallas and Minnesota could just beat each other up, and then they'll take whoever comes out on the other side. These guys are totally fine with rest. And remember, when they won a cup 4 years ago, what'd they do after round 1? They rested. They swept the Predators and then didn't start with the Blues for, 8 days? It's going to be very similar this year, and that obviously didn't affect them then. I don't think it'll affect them now.
How about you personally? Do you have a preference in round 2 after seeing what's going on with Minnesota-Dallas?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Who is it?
It's the Wild.
Oh, really?
I'd rather play the Wild, for sure. And it's not that the Wild are bad or anything like that. They're still damn good. No one's questioning that. But Dallas has owned this team the last couple of years. There's no sugarcoating that. They've ended your season each of the last 2 years. They also have Mikko Rantanen, who I know hasn't had a great round 1, but we know that guy can flip the switch like that. Look what he did against the Avs in Game 6 and Game 7 last year.
Extra juice comes with that matchup anyway.
Totally. He's going to be motivated. And Minnesota, they don't really have the playoff experience. At least the Stars have guys who have gone deep, gone to a final. Mikko's got a ring, gone to multiple Western Conference finals the last handful of years. Minnesota, the rap on them is they always lose in game 1 or in round 1. These guys aren't playoff tested, battle tested. Listen, I understand the whole don't root for your opponent because Broncos fans are still burned by that from 30 years ago when they rooted for Jacksonville. And obviously the Jaguars came in and ended their season, and they did go on to win back-to-back Super Bowls after that. But yeah, Josh, I'm rooting for Minnesota to close this out. Do I think Minnesota's going to close it out? I actually don't. I think Dallas will still win the series in 7.
It's going 7, so that means more rest for the Colorado Avalanche. When we look at stylistically the way the Kings play, it's going to be much, much different. Aren't you expecting a return to form for the Avs offense specifically? I know Game 4 it lit up there, but early on in that series, hey, it's 2-1 again. All right, well, I imagine that Wild or Stars, the Avs are going to be more Avy, if you will.
No, I like that. I think it'll be much more enjoyable hockey to watch, honestly. You may see a lot more 5-3 type hockey games, which
less low event type of King style.
Exactly. And for the fans, that obviously is more exciting. And I think, I hate to keep comparing them to the 22 Avs, but this is the best roster they've had since the 22 Avs. What were those games like against Edmonton in the Western Conference Final? They won one of them 8-6, for goodness sake. If a team wants to try to outscore the Colorado Avalanche, you know what I tell them?
Good luck.
Good luck. Exactly. It's a daunting task for anyone to beat this team. And LA maybe, quote-unquote, laid the blueprint, right? Muck it up a little bit. But the Avs proved they could still win in that style as well. And I think too much has maybe been made about the style that they won. Why do we care about style points in the playoffs? What are we doing here? Playoffs, it's all about surviving and advancing, and they swept the Kings, which was some of the discourse you would think that maybe LA took them 5 or 6. They didn't. They still beat them 4-0. So, yes, I would expect higher scoring games. And, again, I wish if it's Minnesota or Dallas, good luck if they try to get into a shootout with the Avs. Not literally a shootout, but the expression, the shootout. They're going to be in big trouble because the Avalanche will beat you 6-4 if they need to.
And, look, I was one of the guys looking for style points earlier. You know what's stylish? Sweeping and chilling at the crib for a week long while you're getting right. We talked about Marty on yesterday's show, and all eyes on Marty for playoff performance. What's it going to look like? We talked about his ability to be a point-per-night type of guy, and he ended the round 1 with 1 point. But we both said he didn't look lost, so it's not like, hey, bat signal, Marty Netchus, where the hell have you been? But are you expecting, and maybe it's kind of Cecil's question, the style of play is going to increase, or the pace, I should say, so that just brings Marty along. Are you worried at all, or is it just that's what the Kings do?
Well, this is a fascinating question because Jared Bednar got asked about it today, literally in the last half hour when I was sitting over there, and he said, I thought he was okay. in round 1.
Okay.
That was the quote from the head coach. I thought he was okay. Thought his series was okay. So if we're going to take our cue from the head coach, then one of your best players who had 100 points and had a phenomenal regular season was just okay. So that said, Jared didn't say he was bad. He didn't say it was a disaster or anything like that, but he didn't go out of his way to say, I thought Marty had a great series.
I mean, if you're Marty and your coach says, okay, you're not stoked on that.
But he did go on to talk about, some of the things he did right. And I look at, if we want to heap praise on Marty Necas, and we should because he had a phenomenal regular season, what happened at the end of game 2? He had an unbelievable pass to Gabriel Landeskog to tie that game. So that 1 point you speak of was a massive point, because if he doesn't make that pass to Gabe and LA wins 1-0 against an empty netter and wins 2-0, you know what we're doing tonight? We're doing game 5 at Ball Arena. But because they got that and then went on to sweep them in LA, so I'm not panicked by any sense, but I will take my cue from the head coach who said he was okay. And of course, if they're going to beat the Wilder Stars in round 2, Marty Necas needs more than 1 point in the series. That said, his 1 point was a very big one.
I don't want a panic conversation because I don't think anybody should be panicked about these Avalanche, but just a level of concern conversation when it comes to the next round, whoever the opponent may be. And I'll set you up like this, Will, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I think it's fascinating. If we look at the Kings series, not every single period, but most games I'd walk away and be like, the fourth line was the best line. Is that any concern to you entering round 2 of the postseason where for a lot of that Kings series, it was the fourth liners coming through?
I don't think concern necessarily, but I do think something to keep an eye on.
You need your stars to play like stars.
Exactly. I thought Cale Makar getting 2 absolutely filthy goals in games 3 and 4 was huge.
Yeah.
Because both those goals were ridiculous. I mean, the first one we talked about it, Forsberg didn't even know where the puck was when it was over his shoulder. And then the second one, the way he just danced in and put the Avs up 2-0 in game 4, and you felt like, okay, they're going to sweep. That was good. And Nathan McKinnon getting 2 goals, and I understand one of them was an empty netter, but he did break through on the power play in game 4 as well. So, Cecil, I'm not going to tell you nothing to see here because they swept, but I'm also not going to be irrational and go, oh, my gosh, they're in trouble with McKinnon and Makar. Those guys have won a cup. They know when they need to show up the most, and I have full confidence they'll show up in round 2.
Last one I got for you, Will. How was Scott's mood, Wedgie, about not being a Vezina finalist, and did he get ripped off?
Yeah, I got a chance to ask Scott Wedgwood about that today, and I thought he gave me a great answer. Deflected the credit to him and Mackenzie Blackwood winning the Jennings, which, of course, is given to the best duo in the regular season. And he made it abundantly clear that his goal is the Stanley Cup. And Jared Bednar said the same thing to me. He said, there's only one trophy I'm interested in. And I love that. I love that quote from the head coach as well. I think they're bummed, of course, if he had a Sean Payton latte with him. I think Wedgwood would go, I led the league in goals against average and save percentage, and I'm not a Vezina finalist?
There's only one stat. He didn't win it.
Exactly. The whole timeshare thing, he got held against him. They didn't split time. He played more games than Mackenzie Blackwood, but obviously Mackenzie was in there for a chunk of them. But he also mentioned Team Canada to me. Scott Wedgwood said, I kind of felt like I went through this with Team Canada. I've been overlooked at points in my career. And you remember there was some chatter with how well he played. Oh, he's going to get invited to the Olympics. And then, of course, he got snubbed there as well. So I think if you're Scott Wedgwood, a career backup, you go, this is kind of par for the course for how my career's been looked at. You know what would be awful sweet? A Stanley Cup. You know what would be even sweeter? Well, not even sweeter, but also a cherry on top, the Conn Smythe Trophy. And through 4 games, he's only given up 5 goals. You go look at the odds. He's got the 4th best odds to win the Conn Smythe in the NHL.
Awesome.
Frederick Anderson from Carolina is ahead of him, and then, of course, Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar are ahead of him as well. But if I had told you that 6 months ago, hey, on April 29th, Scott Wedgwood would have the 4th best Conn Smythe odds, you'd ask for some of what I was having.
Yeah.
So he took it in stride. But that said, I'm not going to tell you guys he wasn't a little bit disappointed. And I sort of felt bad, too, because they were sort of kind of getting to practice and taking the ice when these nominees came out.
Oh.
So I'm always worried, am I the guy that's breaking the news to him that he wasn't a Vezina finalist?
Okay, let me ruin your day real quick.
Exactly. But he gave me 2 solid answers. They're on my Twitter account at Peterson Will if people want to go watch.
Scott's great, too. Good answers, good, well-spoken, nice stuff. All right, Will, great stuff. As always, we appreciate your time, and we'll catch you later today on youtube.com/DenverSports.
All right, sounds good. Well, James Merrill filled in for me today.
Oh, that's right.
Because I was down at Avs. But, yeah, go check out Freshly Graded, and I'll be back tomorrow with Marcello.
Can't wait, man. Can't wait to find out who these Avs are playing, and then we'll certainly be picking his brain again. But check out the answers from the guys today from practice on the Twitter account of Will Peterson. It's at Peterson Will. All right, we'll react to a few things we learned from Will coming up before the show's all said and done, but I do want to get back to a conversation about contract extensions. After George, if he's getting one, who's in line for big contracts down at Broncos Park? Powered by Common Spirit? We'll tackle that question next.
Season on the line. Denver answered. The Nuggets unleashed a dominant blowout on Minnesota, refusing to go home. With the defense locked in and the offense flowing, Ball Arena was rocking. Now it shifts north. Game 6, Nuggets, Timberwolves, Thursday night in Minneapolis. Can Denver finish the fight and force a Game 7? Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The biggest savings of the year from the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro. Groove Toyota. Limited time. During the over and above sales event. 53 pre-owned vehicles under $15,000. Visit GrooveToyota.com to see the selection. Don't wait. Find your groove with pre-owned vehicles under $15,000 at GrooveToyota.com. Start here. Go anywhere.
Offer expires 5/4/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply. With approved credit, call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
Are you looking for the perfect engagement ring? Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthew's Fine Watches and Jewelry. We have a great selection to choose from. If you're looking for that one-of-a-kind custom ring, our associates will take the time with you to design that ring that she will love, and her friends will go crazy over. At Matthews, when you purchase your ring and Centerstone, you'll receive 20% off your wedding bands. Make the right choice. Come to Matthews and save.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry, located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Hey, it's Stokely. Spring is here, but you know Colorado. Warm one day, chilly the next. And trust me, summer is coming in hot. Beat the rush with an early bird air conditioner tune-up and inspection for only $49 from ROX Rocks Heating and Air. They'll inspect your system and keep you cool when everyone else is scrambling. Call Rocks Heating and Air today and schedule your tune-up before the end of April. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, Rocks, Heating and Air.
Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040. Really proud of this case that we just settled. There was a young man very seriously injured. In fact, I had to go to the hospital and meet with him and his family. And we checked with the insurance companies while I was at the hospital, and they claimed no insurance coverage on either side. And on top of that, he had no medical insurance. So he was going to be facing about $400,000 in medical bills. And I said to the family, I said, I cannot make you any promises, but I know no other lawyer is going to touch this case because the insurance companies say they won't pay. But I want to try. Let me at least try. And I put my team at 303 Law 4040 on it, and they found $75,000 in insurance coverage that the insurance companies did not want to pay. So not only did we get them $75,000, but we also found a way to get them on Medicaid. So the $400,000 in bills was covered by medical insurance as well. We were proud. We fought for them. We'll fight just as hard for you if you ever need us. The number is 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need us. It's 303 Law 4040.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way
over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is PASS. P-A-S-S. Text PASS to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's PASS to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, I want to talk contracts with you, Cecil. I want to talk about one specific contract and then what the ripple effects may be for said contract. Draft's done. Rookie mini camps and everything is set up. Flights are booked. Hotel rooms are up. So why don't we have any news about George Payton getting himself a new contract? Maybe it'll come in a couple weeks. Now, I am willing to give some benefit of the doubt to the team itself. I would imagine, Cecil, and I'll lean on you for this. You're going to know better than me. All right, you just scouted, you did your homework on the draft, and you actually completed the draft. I would imagine there's a couple of days off right now. Monday, Tuesday, maybe even today. Guys aren't necessarily right back on the grind working for what 2026 or beyond is.
Yeah, and the funny thing is the work's going to start pretty soon. I would say as soon as the calendar flips to May, then you're going to be back at it.
For the next one?
Uh-huh. Yeah. There's people I know that have already done 2027 mock drafts, which is weird. And by the way, those aren't media guys. Those are in teams they're already looking at the future draft.
Wow.
You are when you prepare for this draft. You always have an eye on the next class to be like, do we need to get a linebacker this year or can we wait, girl? And usually the Broncos are like, let's just wait. This year they take a couple. Torian York, by the way, undrafted. We talked about him yesterday. Look out for that kid. The George Payton thing becomes very interesting when you think that Minnesota, who drafted without a general manager.
That's insane.
Is now conducting a GM search where they will not reveal who the candidates are.
Can I ask you something about that?
Yeah.
Would that be a team decision made before any interviews happened, or would it be a candidate saying, yes, I will interview, but shut up about it?
Yeah, it might be a little bit of the latter.
Okay.
Of where you can talk to me, but this better not get out. So when you have a statement from Mark and Ziggy Wilf that says, hey, this will be a thorough and deliberate process led by ownership with support from a small internal advisory committee, and essentially sum it up as James Palmer does on his Twitter just a couple hours ago, the Vikings turning their attention to their GM search and announced they will not be revealing candidates for the job as the process goes. Here's where my mind goes upon that news and information from our friend James Palmer. George Payton learned under Rick Spielman with Minnesota for a decade plus, whatever the number is. He is so well liked and loved around this league, so coveted as a general manager. Broncos have one of the best general managers in all of sports, and they have him right here. And it's not just the picks, it's not just Bo Nix, it's not just the way this team is structured, the character that they look for from guys. You see the character coming from Jonah Coleman and all that. So I look at George Payton as, you worked with Sean Payton and it worked.
Mm-hmm.
You worked with that guy and it worked. You worked with him being a pain in the neck and a pain in the ass and being a headache. Like, you worked with Sean Payton and you make Sean Payton better. George Payton, thank you. First off, full stop. just thank you to George Payton for being able to handle that sort of workload for a general manager. It's just constant. And then to be able to handle that sort of work environment. I'm not saying that Sean made it a toxic work environment. I do not believe that to be true. But I'll tell you this, Sean Payton's pretty, he's got a little bit of cantankerous in him, and he will be that way in various times for various reasons. You can let your mind wander on that. But I look at George Payton, and if I'm Greg Penner, I give him some hazard pay for just dealing with Sean Payton. But if you're the Minnesota Vikings, what kind of a full court press can you put on George Payton to bring your guy back? They want him bad. They want him back. Could they possibly not break the bank because you're never beating
Can't
Greg
do
Penner?
that.
You cannot do that. But the mere attraction of, hey, you get Kevin O'Connell, you're going to go get a swing at the 27 draft with great quarterbacks.
You got Justin Jefferson on the roster.
Great quarterbacks. Justin Jefferson, like a head coach that's much more easier to work with than is Sean Payton. You get to come back home to the Twin Cities, like you get to be in Minnesota.
I think that's a bigger appeal than we would think of. Like, you worked that somewhere for so long and were never the man.
Right.
And in all that time there, you're like, here's how I would do it. I'd be better at that.
Right.
I would change this. And now it's actually there for you.
Now it possibly could happen. So I believe that Minnesota will make a full court press for George Payton. I also believe that Greg Penner, he always has the ace in his sleeve. And that's $72 billion in the bank.
Yeah.
So, where's
that'll do pretty good.
Where's the number for George Payton? Where's the number where you could make Minnesota uncomfortable? Because here's the thing. You mentioned it, I believe, off air. We're talking about the zeros. Greg Penner writing the zeros
Just
on
like
the check.
he hasn't finished the circle yet. Is that enough?
Is that
One
enough?
more?
How about a comma? How about another comma? Like, if you're George Payton, you can basically take a blank check. And if you're Greg Penner, you can give him said blank check with the full confidence that he's going to pay off. That full confidence that George Payton's going to get the job done. He's going to be everything that your team needs him to be, just from a personal standpoint and just from the approach of the game. Very sedate, very intelligent, almost stoic at times in some of his philosophies. So I really appreciate George Payton, and I would hate to lose him. But right now, he's essentially a lame duck GM because he has 1 year left on his contract.
Well, and see, I was wondering about that specifically. You're sitting there as the lame duck, and if you're Greg Penner, do you let him ride that out?
Nope.
You don't do it at all?
Nope.
Even if it might set an example for next year when Sean is on that last year, and he'll be banging on the table to get a new deal done because it'd be another $90 million coming his way. Look, if I were an owner, I wouldn't. You'd be a lame duck. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not as cheap as the Portland Trailblazers new thing going on up there, but I would go, you're going to finish this out, and then we're going to sit down like men and look each other in the eye and have a real tough conversation about what you have or have not accomplished, and we're literally going to weigh out pros and cons. So if I'm Greg Penner, I look at it as, all right, do I want Greg to get on the open market? No, I probably don't. But do I also want to make sure I'm not setting forth a precedent of, hey, this is what I do? When you're at the last year, we talk about new contracts. I hate that that's a rule. I would hope Greg Penner isn't that, hey, this is just how business is operating.
You want me to say it, don't you?
No,
you want me to say it because I'm going to say something that's going to ruffle feathers at Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit.
Okay.
George is way more important to the future of this team than Sean is. So as far as like, hey, send the message, Sean, you're a lame duck. If you don't like it, go whatever. Go do a podcast. Go, John. Hey, Chase Daniel needs a new host, right? Co-host, because Diana quit.
Dude, if Sean was not the Broncos coach and then doing an internet show, oh my God, the irony is there.
It is. Can you imagine the sponsorship deals he could get?
Yeah,
right. I just and Greg is.
Well, to
Greg
the point,
is smart business.
The point that you're making of like, if we were to have the conversation of what were the next big office or coaching contracts, I mean, Bo is a player, George, Davis, Sean. I don't think all four are getting these big old fat paydays, but I think three of them are. Which three are yours? Which three is theirs? Really, which three is Greg?
Sean's got to show a different style because he goes way too hard in a lot of things. He goes way too hard in his work. He goes way too hard away from work. You've got to show a different style when you get older and things slow down. That's why I said in the pre-draft press conference, like, Sean Payton looks like hell. Is he getting enough sleep? Like, he burns the candle at both ends. You can do that when you're 25. You can do that when you're 35. But when you get to his age, I'm 10 years younger than Sean Payton. I can't do the things that he does in terms of like work all the time. And I have 3 jobs. I also can't party the way Sean Payton does, allegedly, or whatever I have to say. Don't get pissed, Broncos. You know this is true. So it's like, Sean Payton, you've got to show your bosses that you are like, hey, putting some of that stuff in your past and you are stepping forward with the right approach, because you are going to slow down. You are going to need some help from Davis Webb. You are going to need to lean on George Payton. And Sean Payton knows a lot about football. I would love an idea of Sean Payton retiring as the Broncos head coach. But what I love more is Sean Payton winning a Super Bowl and then retiring.
Right off into the sunset.
And I'm talking like this year.
Make history and walk away.
The future of the Denver Broncos includes a lot of Bo Nix and a lot of George Payton. I don't think it includes Sean Payton much past, the foreseeable future. I'm talking like a decade from now. Is Sean Payton going to be here a decade from now? The answer is no.
No way. Let's keep this Broncos conversation. Actually, I want to do 2 things. I do want to look back at what the Rockies couldn't accomplish, but what is in front of them for today. And I do want to ask you about one more of these draft players. We're looking at the draft class all week at 1:30. Cage Casey is who I want to highlight today. Cecil, I got to ask you about the role for this dude. What's the path? Why was he drafted? And where do the Broncos see him playing sooner rather than later? That's coming up next.
Most teams are lucky to have one Conn Smythe contender. The Avalanche may have 3. They win it! Nathan McKinnon playing like a human highlight reel. Cale Makar turning every shift into a masterclass. And Scott Wedgwood stacking a playoff resume that would be headline material anywhere else. Colorado doesn't just have stars. They have 3 legitimate playoff MVP candidates. And if even one of them hits that next gear, the Cup road gets a whole lot shorter. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Our trademarked and most innovative product in the entire mortgage industry. Lock in your savings today, and if rates fall in the future, even as little as 0.5%, we will redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. Always have the best rate and maximize your savings. It's only at U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all. 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE, or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Are you considering GLP-1 injections for weight loss? Before you start, ask yourself this. Are you prepared to spend $3,000 to $5,000 per year and stay on the medication long-term to maintain the results? Many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and when the medication is stopped, weight regain is common. And here's something most people don't realize. Research shows a significant portion of weight loss can come from muscle, which may slow your metabolism and make keeping weight off even harder. At Colorado Fat Loss, they take a different approach. Their doctor-developed program helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days safely and naturally. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. Instead, they use real food to reset your metabolism, control hunger and cravings naturally, and help your body burn fat, not muscle. Right now, you can schedule a free phone consultation to see if the program is right for you. Go to coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. In a world where dealerships come and go, one name has stood the test of time. Bose and Celebration Chevrolet, proudly serving Colorado since 1987 as the longest owned Chevy dealer in the state. From a huge selection of new Chevys to quality pre-owned vehicles, plus a team committed to treating you right, it's no wonder generations of Colorado drivers keep coming back. To see all the specials, visit BozarthAuto.com today. Again, that's BozarthAuto.com. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet. Experience you trust, service you deserve since 1987.
You know, Shayna, when our grandparents opened Williams Jewelers in 1947, they had one guiding philosophy.
It's true. From a simple jewelry repair to that very important diamond engagement ring, we treat every customer like family.
Because you're sharing your life with us. That's the only way we know how to do business. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. We're generational jewelers, creating heirlooms for the next generation.
Whether you're looking for that perfect diamond engagement ring, fine Swiss watch, or a custom piece, or that once-in-a-lifetime treasure,
we're here to make all your precious moments unforgettable. 3 generations of fine jewelry expertise right here in Colorado.
if you can dream it, it's here at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Because we're not only one of America's largest fine jewelers,
We're Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
When a semi-truck hits you, it's not always just a fender bender. First, it's the missed work. Then the medical bills pile up. And these big rig companies can move fast with teams of lawyers, investigators, and denials. If you're not ready, you're already behind. At the Berg Simpson Law Firm, we've handled these cases for decades. So if you've been struck by an 18-wheeler, call us at Berg Simpson today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Now is the best time to buy. Get ahead of the competition and get the deal you want on the home you really want. Maximize your savings with lowest rate for life, and if the market does improve, we can save you money without any additional lender fees or appraisal fees. We're here for you today and tomorrow and celebrating 30 years of helping homeowners with expanded approvals, low rates, credit improvements, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303-LOW-RATE.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Taco Bell turned their new Diablo sauce into a dust, and they're dusting the new Diablo Dusted Crispy Chicken Nuggets in it at participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time and while supplies last.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I want to talk a little Rocks, and I got to ask Cecil Lammy about the big offensive lineman from Boise State. A Bronco to a Bronco in Cage Casey. I want to get to that in just a second.
Worked out real good last time for what? They've had a couple. Paradis was a Boise State guy.
The center, right?
Of course, yes. And then, of course, Ryan Clady.
That worked out real well.
You find yourself a Bronco on the offensive line, they make great Broncos.
They will be just fine. I'm going to ask you about Cage in a couple minutes. Got to look back real fast at what the Rockies couldn't accomplish last night. They had game 1 of 3 in Cincy against the Central leading Reds and got beat down. 7-2 was the final. Kyle Freeland returned from the IL and struggled early. The broadcast was trying to convince me that he settled in and was pitching well. I'll just say he settled in and wasn't getting as beat up as he was early. But Kyle Freeland, as much as he did struggle early, he honestly wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was, once again, them striking out a rate that's just unacceptable and stranding 10 base runners in scoring position. 1 for 11 in scoring position.
Wow.
They got on base. They just got stuck there.
Well, if you could tell me before the game, like, hey, they're going to go 1 for 11 runners in scoring position.
It's a loss.
They're losing. They're losing. We know that. So how can that get better? We know that Warren Schaefer is going to work on that to get better. We know that this team is doing different things. When guys do get on base, they're trying to steal bases more. They're bunting a little bit more at a higher rate. At least it seems that way, just as an observation. So how do they clean that up? How do they get that better? Warren Schaefer's going to have his answers, and we'll see if this fine road team can pull it together against a hot Reds team for the rest of this series.
You get Sugano on the bump tonight, give them a little bit more of a chance. It's Man, you need Zeke Tovar's batting like 193. Kyle Karras is batting 190, or I might have reversed that, but they're both under 200, and those are guys, especially Toby. You need that dude on base to put the speed. Karras has got the longer strides that you're going to get on base and utilize that, but you got two of your key cogs that need to be on base under 200.
Yeah.
That's a big red flag
Well, even with Tovar struggling at the plate, it doesn't hurt his defense. You know what I mean?
You're right.
So he's still making quality plays, still one of our favorite Rockies, and he's still fun to watch. So it's nice that the struggles aren't carrying over. They're just on one side of the diamond, so to speak. So it's nice that he's still defensively right where he needs to be.
And this is credit to Kevin Kistner. He figured out the magic number here. If the Rockies score 4 a night, they're putting themselves in position to win.
Okay.
That says, hey, their pitching staff's much better than it was a year ago. Because when they score 3 runs or less, they're 4-14. They've done it 18 times already this year. When they score 4 or more, which they've done 12 times, they are 9-3 in those games.
Kev was doing math?
Kev was doing math.
Kev, were you a B student in high school? And I asked this because you love Bo Nix, begins with a B. You love baseball. You're kind of a baseball guy.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to being a football guy, but like you love. So you were a B student in
Were you
school.
the only B student at Horizon?
Oh, don't! I was a valedictorian.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
If you're valedictorian as a B average,
says something about the school, right?
I don't know about that.
I mean, I was always good with math, but then when we go to algebra and calculus and all that stuff, it's like, why do we need to learn this?
We don't.
Yeah, it's stupid. Like we're flying the angles of planes. I'm like, ma'am, I'm not, or Mrs. I'm not going to be a pilot. Trust me.
What was your GPA in high school? We should all share.
Oh, God.
It surrounded Kevin Garnett's 21.
Oh, okay. All right. I know I walked the line of what was sports eligibility, 2.4 or something like that?
Yeah, 2.5, I think.
I think I walked that line pretty close for 4 straight years.
I was proudly on the Knowledge Bowl team for Pawnee Jackrabbits.
Wow.
And I was a C&D student.
Okay.
Because I didn't apply myself. My sisters were both valedictorians, dean's list through college, stuff like that. They're the brainiacs. And everyone would always, and they, by the way, at Grover, they were also the athletes. They were all state in basketball. My sister Carrie played college volleyball.
So they're smart and athletic.
So as I grew up in Grover, where everybody knows everybody, be like, why aren't you smart like your sisters? Why aren't you athletic like your sisters? But my sisters would kick your ass if you talk
like,
wrong
yeah,
to
thanks.
me. So
Thanks for that.
there you go.
Plus, they just needed bodies on the teams. You know what I mean? I'm sure you guys were all deserving, but it's like, you're signing up? Hell yeah. We need people. We need somebody to not remember pop, pass out.
Well, I know because I couldn't remember that play. But I like the 4 runs math that you did there, Kev, so I appreciate that because that's a real respectable number. It's a real, I'm not even going to say easy number, but that's a very achievable number for the Rockies to get in terms of 4 runs a night. You get 4 runs a night, you're putting yourself in the best position to win. And if Kev knows those numbers, you know, one, DePodesta's already ahead of this. You know Warren Schaefer knows those numbers. You know that they're trying to build things in a certain way. And what we're seeing this year, it can work. It just takes more time.
It is achievable. I like that you said that word because it's not a year ago of like, hey, boys, bullpen's liable to give up 12 tonight. You got 13 in you?
Right.
You know, like that's just unrealistic. 4 is very achievable.
Well, and you're not playing real baseball.
Yeah,
if you know that your bullpen sucks and you know that your starting pitching is average at the very best, it's well below average, then you're not playing real baseball. Then you're basically trying to hit a grand slam every time you're up at bat and there's nobody on base.
You're trying to win the game at every swing.
Exactly. So now, hey, settle down. If I'm Warren Schaefer, who loves the Tribe, and we love you, Warren Schaefer, and thank you for joining us. We love Warren Schaefer. He's awesome.
Yeah, I love Tribe.
And he loves Tribe. He loves you guys out there. I'm just telling everybody, just settle down. Play our baseball, play our brand of baseball, and the hits will be there. The runs will be there. The plays will be there for you. So just have a confidence and a calmness at the plate, and that'll filter through to his team.
Yeah, now I'm thinking about how we can coerce every guest into saying they love Tribe. It's got to be something that you and I can work in for every guest that we have on the show.
Okay, yes.
How can they say they love Tribe?
Right.
If they're out of the loop of Tribe Called Quest, it's going to be very difficult for
I was
going to
say, when we have our Chain Gang member Mike Kliss on tomorrow, it's like, Mike Kliss, you love Tribe Called Quest? He'd be like, I love Sonny and Cher. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Captain and Tennille? No?
He loves the zoo.
She's these flamingos.
That was one of the greatest Cliff moments of all time from a couple weeks back. All right, I didn't get to ask you the question about Cage Casey, the offensive tackle from Boise State. Bronco to Bronco. I want to do that and talk about what we're watching coming up next.
Denver, a playoff city where the stakes are higher and the moments are bigger. As the Avalanche hit the ice and the Nuggets hit the court. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is your home for complete playoff coverage. Every game, every series, every critical call. Broken down by the voices you trust. We don't just follow the playoffs. We live them, so you never miss a thing. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda weight loss, and I have kept it off. Why? Because I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, thanks to my friends. SodaDietAndNutrition.com. You want to go there online. Check out all the thousands of before and after pictures. Are you kidding me? SodaDietAndNutrition.com, or call them up, 866-800-SODA. Your weight loss journey is going to have some peaks and valleys. Your weight loss journey is going to have some questions. Your weight loss journey is going to have, some parts where you're like, what, am I doing these things the right way? You have a personalized nutritionist with Soda Diet Nutrition. You get a personalized nutritionist that you check in with weekly, and then when you're out and about, you're at a store, hey, what do I buy? They didn't have this. They're out of this thing. How about I buy this? You're at a restaurant. You're looking at the menu. Hey, what can I eat here? Haven't been to this place yet? You have your nutritionist available to you via text, where they work with you to make the best choices. And really knowing how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. That's why 5 years ago I could lose 60 pounds. And it comes off naturally, by the way. No chemicals, no mystery pills, no injections, nothing like that. Soda Diet and Nutrition. You can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda weight loss is now. Soda Diet and Nutrition. SodaDietNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of this settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
One real Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
They're live. They're local. They're talking about all the stories you're talking about. And then after that, we got you second shifters covered as well. If you're a late starter, fear not. We got you. We got you with Denver Sports tonight. So we're live, we're local. We're talking all things Denver Sports on at Denver's #1 sports station, 104.3 The Fan, from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single day of the week. I like what Colton and Parker just writes in. He sent us the gif of Brick just saying, I love Lamp. And he follows that up with, I love Tribe. From Colton and Parker. We love you, Colton. Appreciate you tuning in and hitting us up on the RamosLaw.com text line.
Brick just killed a guy.
Yeah, you might want to lay low for a little while. What do you kill him with a trident, right?
A trident, yeah.
I kind of want a trident. Like, what's more badass? A katana sword with a little smudge underneath it?
Yes.
On your wall, or a trident up on your wall?
I think a trident.
Where would I get a trident?
I'm not sure, but I know you could find. Are you Googling tridents?
Amazon has everything.
Okay. Amazon has my Conan's father's sword that I want to get.
Yeah.
So there you go.
My lady orders something from Amazon every day, so I'm due for a trident.
Okay.
Okay, you get plastic ones for $18.99.
Throw that into your wish list.
There's a couple of things I have on the wish list for wedding stuff.
All right.
And I was telling my mom, like, hey, you know that cigar humidor? That's something we're really interested in at the house. She's like, we, huh? I'm like, well, you know, me, but.
We is more me, but still.
By the way, if I type in trident, it's gum. You can buy the gum on Amazon. I want the weapon. All right. We'll watch a little Rockies tonight, Cease. We'll get into that in just a moment. One quick conversation about these Colorado Avalanche and where they're at. We talked with our boy Will Peterson a little earlier. He gave us some insight, but he also got some sound down there talking to the crew. He asked Nazem Kadri, all right, is there a rooting interest? What are you guys paying attention to when it comes to this series between Dallas and Minnesota, where you're waiting for the winner of that series?
I think we're rooting for a game 8, maybe a game 9 too. I think, of course, you want it to go as long as it can. Both great teams. I mean, showcasing their talents. But I'll certainly be, doing a bit of a pre-scout for Game 6. And either way, we're going to be comfortable and excited to play.
So he makes the joke, but it's the truth. It's how we all feel. Give them 8 games. Give them 9 games. Beat the crap out of each other, and whoever wins literally limp into round number 2.
Right. And that's the thing. You got to be ready in this team. Rust versus rest. That's a big conversation we're going to have. Obviously, we're going to see in Game 1 against whoever what that looks like. This thing against Minnesota and Dallas is probably going 7. So just be ready for a few more days off. And the Avs wanted this. Will Peterson told that earlier. Like, they wanted to get the sweep because they wanted that earned rest. It's really good. It's really good when all of your work is done and you can enjoy some time off. That's exactly what the Avs have done, and they've deserved every single second of relaxation.
Yeah, they have, and it's something that they earned. I like the fact that was, part of the conversation. Let's go do this, pay our hockey tax, play this, not our natural style of hockey, get the dub and sit back, wait, and watch. I also want to hear from Jared Bednar here, Kev. Jared talking about, well, the question was about Scott Wedgwood not being a finalist for the Vezina. I guess real quick, hold on, before we hear from Jared, is it a snub in your eyes, Cease? How are you looking at Scott not being a finalist? Will said it, and we've talked about a lot. Led the league in goals average, led the league in save percentage, did not get the number of starts that the full-time goaltender normally gets. But the Avs were the best team in the NHL all year, and he was the biggest part of the goaltending duo.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think he's being hurt by a few things. One is reputation. Your career backup. Never started a career playoff game until this year.
Yeah.
And he's got 4 of them things, and they're all W's for his Avs. So
wouldn't that help the story?
It should. But again, you toss it to me, baby. You know I'm not the guy that is worried about like regular season awards or even really postseason awards. So what is he being hurt by? He's being hurt by the split with Mackenzie Blackwood, even though he had the majority of starts for the Avalanche this year. He's being hurt by his reputation. And he's being hurt by the fact that, okay, he's never been this good before. He's this good now. So it's one of those things, you see this in sports where, let's say football-wise, a Pro Bowler, it's always the year after. Like, he should have been Pro Bowler the year before. And then the next year he's a Pro Bowler. And then what that happens is then, like the next year when you don't deserve it, you'll still get it. It's not that Wedgwood's an older player, so it's not like, he's going to get it next year. But it's one of those things where you haven't been in that conversation. You haven't been in that zip code. You haven't been in that area code. Now you are, so it takes a period of adjustment. And, yeah, awards are wrong all the time. Nikola Jokic should have 6 MVPs.
Good point.
He's got 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the awards do. They are wrong.
Joel Embiid has an
from time to
MVP.
time.
That tells you everything you need to know about how awards are bogus.
Yeah, he plays basketball in Skechers. He's got a freaking MVP award. That's a crime on its own right there. Skechers playing basketball. All right, let's hear from Bedsy here. In that quote, Kev, he was asked about Scott being left off the list for Vezina finalist.
I think he deserves to be in that list. Of course, I'm biased. I don't know if I really don't care about the league awards. There's only one trophy I care about. So I feel like there's a lot of our guys that are the same way. If I cared, I could probably put together a case that Wedge should be in there over somebody else, or maybe not. Maybe I'd look at the numbers and say, I got 3 guys that are nominated or the guys that should be nominated, but I haven't done that work, so I can't really comment too much on it.
Before we go into the comment, do you think the person typing on their keyboard like that realizes they're typing on their keyboard like that?
No.
Because that was a hammering.
Exactly.
That was, I think Kliss does that a little bit at Broncos.
Oh, Kliss does,
He'll get
definitely.
after it pretty good. And I'm like, you hear that, right?
Yeah, the rest of us hear it, that's for sure.
Yeah, all right, and now to the quote itself. Now, I like the quote. The soundbite's good. There's only one trophy I care about. That part's really cool. And I guess maybe Bedsy's probably past this with this group because he's been around so much. I would imagine Scott Wedgwood cares a little bit about being on or off the list because of what you said. Career backup, having a career year. Now, put his name on the Stanley Cup, and I bet you he'll sleep just fine not having the Vezina trophy.
Right.
But it's like, hey, this is the best I've ever been. It would be nice to be acknowledged.
The one thing is, and the great thing that you saw, especially in Game 4 against the Kings, this team is so motivated. They were motivated for that sweep. And it's not like Game 1, 2, or 3, they weren't motivated. And it's not like Jared Bednar has to go out of his way to kick these guys in the ass. They're all self-starters. And Jared Bednar running the show. He's got his finger on the pulse of his team. But the great thing about this squad is Nate just uses the sun coming up to have a chip on his shoulder because someone out there is eating a Snickers and Nathan McKinnon is mad about it. Cale Makar is just like naturally great at what he does. Got those Shakira hips, as TNT always talks about. If we look at Gabe Landeskog, dude spent 3 years away from this game trying to come back for these moments. You don't think he's motivated? And then Scott Wedgwood. Let's bring him into that conversation. Can this be something, tackling fuel? Can this be something that adds to that motivation for Scott Wedgwood? You bet your ass. Of course it does. Wedgie knows how good he is. He knows the level of hockey that he's been playing, so ignore him. Ignore him all day because that's only going to give him more motivation, and maybe these guys are unlike us a little bit. I think you and I love to prove people wrong. I love when people tell me you can't do something because I'm like, I'm just going to go do it, and you're going to look like a dumbass. That's a great motivation for me. That's just the way I'm wired. It's the way I've always been wired, except for learning pop, pass out. I couldn't learn that. Anyway,
that was before you figured
You can't remember pop, pass out. Anyway, so for guys like you and me, it's a little bit different, but there's a little bit of that in everybody. So no matter how professional you are, Scott Wedgwood, professional, Gabe Landeskog, professional, you know what pushes their buttons? Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You're not good enough. You're not in the conversation. You're not one of us. Oh, yeah? I'm better than you all, and I'm going to go prove it.
It's almost that, like, in a weird way, you're like, all right, now Scott's pissed, and the Wild or Stars are going to be they're going to get the brunt of that because you left him off of that list.
Exactly.
And that's great for Colorado Avalanche fans.
Exactly.
Exactly what we're looking for. All right, Cease, Rocks tonight. Sugano versus Williamson over there for Cincinnati. Williamson is not like Chase, who pitched last night for Cincy. He's got 4 starts under his belt, only 15 strikeouts in that 4 starts, and has an ERA of over 5. We asked the Rockies to get one. This is it. This is the game that you can get tonight. You obviously can't leave 10 runners stranded. Love to see Tovey and Karros get it going tonight, but this is the one that the Colorado Rockies will win. It's coming tonight.
Yeah, this is coming tonight for the Rockies, and that's why in each series we don't expect them to sweep, as they've done. I would love it if in the month of May they got back to 500, so they did it in April, and if they could do it in May, I think that would be awesome as well. Am I counting on that? Am I 100% relying on that? Am I demanding that from the Rockies? No, just play good baseball. And for the most part, even when they get worked, you see this team playing really good baseball. So that's something to note as we watch tonight.
It is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
Yeah, it's KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, and it is the big show in the drive ready to slide in here in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, we look at Justin Simmons retiring, and Simmons retiring as a Bronco. I know in football it doesn't really matter as much, right? It's one of those things where he went in the Hall of Fame as a Bronco. Yeah. It's not like you're picking a hat. You're not recruiting here. But is it nice for Simmons to kind of put a bow on his career, to get into coaching or broadcasting, working with high schoolers, whatever? Yes, it is. What do I remember about Justin Simmons? I remember being very high on the pick out of Boston College. I remember talking about Justin Simmons, the pre-draft process, about, hey, you need a center fielder there at the safety position, and coming off the no-fly zone and coming off TJ Ward, Darian Stewart. I mean, I appreciate Darian Stewart so much for everything that he brought to the table for the Broncos. TJ Ward gets a lot of credit for that as well. But D-Stu in that no-fly zone, and then have the next guy up to be Justin Simmons, I thought it was fantastic. Now, was Simmons the starting safety during the worst era of Broncos football? Yeah, he was. Justin Simmons never played in a playoff game. But Phil Lindsay sliding in here, Phil, and you're his teammate. Like, you know Justin so well. I have such a healthy respect. For Justin Simmons because of the man that he is in the community, with fans, with his family, and with his teammates.
Jay is a great dude, and that's his nickname for us. Justin Simmons is Jay. And like you said, great leader. He tried his hardest out there. And football's a team sport, Cease. I know we're talking about the Ring of Fame and all that and the accolades that he had, but also, like, can he be a candidate for it? But also when you're looking at Justin Simmons, it's what he does off the field. Right? He was always there for his teammates. He was always a guy that you could count on to talk to if you needed help.
Right.
He was always going to be in the community. He loves every sporting event. He goes to almost every single sporting event, from the Colorado Avalanche to the Denver Nuggets to the Colorado Rockies. He truly embraced just being here and being in Colorado, and his family's here, right? He has 2, maybe even 3 beautiful kids that were born and have been growing up here in Denver.
Right.
So Justin Simmons, man, it's crazy that he's deciding to retire. It's crazy that's been 9 years for him. But he deserves it. He deserves his time. He deserves his roses.
Right.
And he was a hell of a teammate, a hell of a player. I learned a lot from Jay.
And Broncos country loves him so much because of that approach. And Phil, you personified this as well, and here's why. There is a great tradition. I mean, dude, you wore 30. You
got the opportunity.
You
yeah,
know what that means. And TD, so dear to us all. The fact that Terrell Davis is like, here's my number, Phil. I'm getting chills to talk about it. It's amazing. You know the tradition that comes with playing running back for the Denver Broncos. It's special. It's supposed to be special. TD, Clinton Portis, Philip Lindsay, like these great names. Justin always embraced safety. Take running back, now take safety, where you have Steve Atwater, who's like the nicest guy on the planet, where you have Brian Dawkins, right? Where you have John Lynch. You go through the pride and the history. Dennis Smith. You go through the history of this team at the safety position. I just mentioned TJ Ward and Darian Stewart. I love D-Stu. Love TJ as well. But it's like Simmons never shied away from that. And to come into a team, you're coming in undrafted out of Colorado. You got a chip on your shoulder. To know what you mean when you wear the number 30, when you wear that jersey.
Yeah.
You knew what it meant. Justin was the same thing.
Justin did the exact same thing. Like he went and he did a bunch of research on the history here with the Denver Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Steve Atwater have a great relationship. All right, Jay has always been one to reach out to old players that played before him, especially at the safety position, and ask questions. All right, invite him to games, invite him to his house just to talk, to see how he could be a better leader for our team. And it just sucks for Jay that he wasn't able to be in a situation like the Denver Broncos are today, where they're winning games and everything just seems like it's fun and it's enjoyable.
Right.
When Jay was there, when I was there, the culture wasn't good. We didn't have a leader at the top that was there every single day. We didn't have somebody keeping us and holding us accountable every single day. And so someone like Justin, he tried, right? He was looking at Talib. He was looking at D-Stu, and he came up and he was able to grow under them for a year. And so he tried to bring that type of passion, but everybody has to be on board for that. But what I will say with Justin Simmons is he gave his all the time in practice, in games. You know, he was always getting the players all riled up, and he would be a part of the fights. He was an instigator. He didn't want to do the fight, but he would instigate the fight, and then he would back down.
He put his business in the streets now.
Yeah, you know,
okay.
I'll never
Sorry,
forget,
Justin. This is totally on Phil.
I'll never forget. Jay's like barking back and forth with me in one practice.
Yeah.
And GB didn't like it. So GB didn't like it, but to me, it's like Jay just being Jay. Right?
Yeah,
He just
right,
getting everybody involved, everybody going, because it was the dog days. It's hot. You don't want to be out there. And he's just trying to bring the energy. So, like, Jay gets back into the locker room, and Garrett's just pissed off. And he goes up to Justin Simmons. He's like, hey, I don't like that you talk to my running back like that.
Wow.
I'm thinking they're playing.
Right,
But they were serious.
Whoa.
Right? They were serious.
GB's about that.
And that's when I was like, one, I love GB, right?
Yeah,
GB's on. Like, he's
amazing.
He's always been there for me, but also for Justin, it's like, you know, he's just trying to get the team going, get the team ready for this year,
right?
The year we were playing. So the only thing Justin is missing from his resume is the wins.
Mm-hmm.
It's the wins,
yeah.
and you know,
and the playoff appearances.
And the playoff appearance, and that's not on him.
Yeah,
he's a winning player. He was a winning player on a losing team.
Well, the thing is, in football and in life, and we can get crunchy. ZB ain't here yet, girls, so we can get as crunchy as all get out.
I think there's an accident.
Is there a big accident? Okay,
yeah.
Everybody be careful driving out there. But the nice thing is like everything is about timing in football and in life. And Justin just didn't have the timing where his pro career matched up with where the Broncos are at. If you put Justin Simmons on this team, I could easily make the argument he's their best safety. Now, it'd be close with Hufanga, and I'm not saying Brandon Jones is a slappy at either.
Style, right?
It would be a different style stylistically.
Yeah.
We've seen him work under Vance Joseph, though, when y'all were out there, you know, doing your thing with the Broncos. But it's like, it's just a timing thing. I don't look at Justin Simmons as like, he's the reason why the Broncos were terrible for 10 years. In fact, it's the opposite of that. And Phil, you can speak to this better than anybody else. You know the Broncos. I always said this about you and Dalton Reisner. And shout out my man Dalton. I said this about you guys. You guys are Colorado. Through and through.
Yeah.
And I know, you know, Dover's Indiana guy. ZB comes from some New York and Schenectady. You know, there's not everybody gets to grow up in Colorado like we did, right?
Yeah.
But when you do, you like it's in your DNA. It's in your DNA. It's Zootopia, everybody. Watch it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it's in your DNA. It's in your DNA to know what the Broncos are, to just live Broncos football, breathe Broncos football. This is Broncos football.
Great tradition here, man.
To know that as Justin Simmons, guy that didn't grow up here, but then to kind of embrace that, and then also to maintain your level of play for you, Philip Lindsay, but also for Justin Simmons, knowing that it's not meeting the standard, But to still bring your A game, I give you a lot of credit for that. I give Simmons a lot of credit, all y'all's teammates, and I was there in the locker room with you guys every day. But I give you guys a ton of credit because that's difficult to do.
It really is, man. It's hard to go to work when you know that you're losing a bunch of games, when you know that every time you look around, people are talking bad about you because you're not winning. All right, football, hockey, basketball, it's about performance, right? It's a performance-based business, and it's about winning. And so you have people like Justin that would have to come in as a captain, as a leader, and give you this like speech and explain, hey, guys, we got to keep going. When you have some guys that have already cashed out, don't want to do it anymore. But then when Sunday comes rolling along, you got to go out there and perform still. And Jay was always ready for those moments. He was always ready to make that big time play. I'll never forget, right? We're playing it's a COVID year. And if you notice in that COVID year, Justin Simmons would bail out Melvin Gordon all the time when Melvin would fumble. It never failed. And we're sitting there playing Miami. And Miami's driving down, we're driving down the field at the beginning, and we're getting ready to score. Melvin fumbles the ball at the 1 yard line.
I remember that, yes.
Miami gets it back, and was it Fitzpatrick that was in the game?
Right,
They benched
yes.
two of Fitzpatrick's in the game, and he's driving them down.
He's balling.
And I'm talking to Royce because me and Royce would always sit on the sideline together and watch the game. We would stand up and watch the game. And I said, Royce, mark my words. All right, it never fails. Justin Simmons always bails Melvin out when Melvin messes up. I said, he's going to get an interception here. And sure enough, Fitzpatrick is driving down the field. I think they get to the 15, 20-yard line. And all of a sudden, Justin Simmons intercepts the ball. And we end up winning the game because Jay intercepts that ball. So Justin has always came up big for us. Right? Playing against the Chiefs, Justin was always getting interceptions on Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like his way was just different, right? He's not this physical, hard-hitting safety. Now, he'll come up and tackle you.
Oh, yeah.
But his thing was finesse, very smart, and he had an eye for the ball. He found that ball, and he had really good hands.
Yeah, good hands, eye for the ball, doesn't fall for the, watching the eyes of a quarterback,
Exactly.
any sort of pump fake or play fake. Like, he wasn't going to bite on those bad plays. So I think of Justin Simmons as one of the all-time Broncos, and a guy that was so good. I told the story earlier, but I'll share it again. It was my boy, Luke. I think you met Luke Patterson, my old next-door neighbor.
Yeah.
He took his 5-year-old daughter to training camp, and it was like at the end of the autographs. And you remember the autographs over there on the hill, everybody waiting.
Yeah, everybody's running
And
down
Layla's 5-year-old little girl, and just super excited about the Broncos, had a pink Broncos hat. Simmons was walking away because you all have a time, and you play the
They'll
horns,
tell us,
and then you guys leave. Layla didn't get an autograph. She calls out like, hey, Justin Simmons, because 5 years old, she knows the Broncos. Justin stops what he's doing because he's done, and he comes back just for her, man. And I've always respected that about Justin because of the time and the care. You and I are talking off air, getting crunchy as ZB slides in, about like attention.
Mm-hmm.
What you pay attention to is critical because it grows. So what you focus on grows, what you pay attention to grows. I think the fact that Justin Simmons would always be so willing to give people his time and attention, it's one of the many reasons that makes me remember him fondly.
I mean, he's so big in the community, right? Like, you're going from practicing to being in the building all day from 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning to 6, 7 at night. And then Jay would go and do community service. He would do community work. He would go to the hospital. Like, that's just the type of person he was. And on top of that, dealing with his family, right? Having the kids. And we all know how hard that is to balance work life and kids and also your wife. Like, so it's a lot, but Jay did a great job of that, man. And truly, he deserves everything that's coming his way after, retiring, but also he was a great Bronco.
Yeah, great Bronco. We remember well. ZB sliding in here. May I do something, Zach, on your show?
Yeah.
You're the king of teases. I've told you many times. I say this on air and off air. You changed Denver Sports Radio. You just did. Nobody teased like it. Ask Mike Evans. He's been here 30 years. I've been here 20 plus years. Nobody teased like you. So may I do a tease for you? Can I do my best, Zach? Bye?
Yeah, I just want to thank you before I go.
Okay, yeah. Everyone drive safe out there if there's an accident.
Yeah,
going
Parker
down.
Road. It's a three lane road, and there's a 2-car accident that is taking
man.
up 2.5 lanes, and there's not a shoulder. There's a barrier.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you
yeah.
can't just like swerve around it.
Okay.
So thank you for helping me out.
Yeah, no problem. So here's my official Zach by tease, and I am nowhere near what you are, but